Chapter 21. Alan already had some understanding of why the nobles blatantly ignored him. Because all the rumors have finally died down. Until now, the nobles had feared Alan because they believed he was the mastermind behind taking down Avalon, which had controlled the vast underworld of the East alongside Leo. However, the nobles no longer considered Alan to be the mastermind. After he became a count, he had done nothing significant for several years. The Palacio Count family, from the time of Alan's grandfather, had always been known as a notorious household that never failed to wield influence in the underworld. The Palacio family had consistently dominated the eastern underworld, though the degree of their control varied over time. But ever since Alan became the count, the Palacio family no longer exerted influence in the underworld. As a result, the current eastern underworld was now divided and devoured by packs of wolves that used to scavenge for the leftover crumbs outside the domain governed by the Palacio Count. Furthermore, the power of the Palacio Count family had also weakened, which was natural. The power they wielded up until now had mostly been fueled by the wealth generated from the underworld. However, since Alan became count, he no longer used money to maintain power. His desired life was not one of grand success in the underworld, but rather a comfortable and prosperous life that any noble could enjoy. In other words, he had already achieved what he wanted. However, by completely withdrawing from the underworld, rumors began to spread among the nobles. Some speculated that perhaps the current Count Palacio wasn't a mastermind at all, but merely someone who became count by chance. As time passed and Alan continued to do nothing, the rumor gradually became accepted as truth. Eventually, Alan's reputation had devolved into that of a lucky fool who happened to become count in the place of the real mastermind. Of course, there were still a few nobles who remained suspicious of Alan, but even they had begun to agree with the spreading rumors. After all, it didn't make sense that Alan, if he truly had the power to destroy Avalon in a single day, would not have used that power until now. In any case, Alan had somewhat expected this kind of treatment, but he hadn't anticipated that people would go out of their way to mock him like this. Alan looked up at the two nobles, whose faces radiated slyness. He didn't recognize either of them. However, based on the crest engraved on their carriage, it was easy to tell that one was from the Krilda Count family and the other from the Edalin Count family. They both look old enough, but isn't this too childish? Alan laughed to himself as he noted how aged their faces were. He quickly understood why the two nobles had come all this way just to mock him. Ah, I see. This is a gathering of the victims. The Palacio family, notorious as they were, had also been a powerful family in the underworld. As a result, they naturally provided benefits to the surrounding families but also exploited them beyond necessity. The families that were frequently treated like tools were none other than the Krilda Count family and the Edalin Count family. To summarize the current situation, these families, who had suffered under the Palacio family, were now venting their grievances on Alan. Of course, it was Alan but Leo, the first son of the Count family, who had exploited them. In short, Alan had no real reason to be the target of such mockery. But to the two nobles who were eagerly mocking him, what mattered wasn't that he was Alan, but that he was the Count of Palacio. All those underworld forces you had, did they vanish because you couldn't manage them properly? Looks like you haven't been taking care of your carriage properly either. Would you like to borrow some money? The two counts, like anonymous trolls commonly found on online communities, made every effort to scratch at Alan. Ahem. Alan briefly thought, this is kind of annoying, but he chose to follow his reason rather than his instincts. If he were to fight now, he could easily crush the two nobles before him, maybe not slaughter them but leave them beaten to a pulp. However, doing so would only complicate things. The moment he fought with them, Alan would have to leave the gathering and move separately, and that might lead to unnecessary trouble, like running into bandits. Clearly, responding to their provocations was exactly what they wanted. There's no need to entertain these fools. Alan decided to ignore them. He wasn't stupid enough to fall into such an obvious trap. That day, Alan ate 2 ears of corn, using the jeers from the 2 counts as background music. Delicious. The roasted corn tasted even better in the slightly chilly weather. It would have been nice to have some butter, Alan mused, staring absent-mindedly at the moonlit sky. For the next few days, the uncomfortable coexistence continued. Every evening, Count Krilda and Count Edalin would emerge to hurl their mocking remarks, and every time, Alan pretended not to care, brushing off their words as if they were nothing. The one who ignores and the one who tries desperately not to be ignored. Naturally, the one who ignored always won. Alan had deeply internalized one of the life lessons he had learned from a certain online community. Don't feed the trolls. At least in this place, no one could beat him at that game. Of course, after several days of this, other nobles began to mock Alan as well, whispering that he lacked dignity as a noble or scoffing at him for staying silent under the insults of Krilda and Edalin. But despite this, Count Krilda and Count Edalin, who had been the ones persistently mocking him, were not feeling particularly satisfied. "Damn it," growled Count Krilda. "This is absurd." Count Krilda frowned as he looked at Alan from a distance. Even though they had been mocking him, they were the ones being ignored, which was naturally infuriating. But after a moment of their sour mood, they exchanged low whispers. "Did you confirm?" "Yes, and it seems like he has no additional guards." In truth, the reason the 2 counts had openly mocked Alan wasn't just to vent their frustrations. It was also to assess his security. Even with an artifact to secretly check, there was nothing. It's just that foolish brat and that rogue knight sitting next to him. So the rumors are true after all. It seems certain. If he had any forces, he wouldn't be moving around alone. Then we can proceed with the plan. The reason the 2 counts had been investigating Alan was because they were planning to expand into the underworld. They were well aware that Alan had no interest in the underworld, and that, as a result, it had become overrun by various packs of scavengers. While the rumors about Alan were already widely accepted, the 2 counts, having been tormented by the Palacio family for so long, wanted to confirm the truth for themselves. They needed to be sure that Alan truly had no power left. After days of checking and confirming that Alan had no personal guards, a smile spread across their faces. "The gods are smiling upon us." Indeed, who would have thought we'd get a chance to step into the underworld? While most nobles hesitated to enter the underworld, these two were different. Having once acted as lackeys for the Palacio Count family, they knew full well just how astronomical the wealth circulating within the underworld was. They were well aware of how sweet the taste of power from that realm could be. Now that it seemed the Palacio family had truly become a hollow shell, the two spoke excitedly, as if they had already conquered the underworld. In truth, it wasn't impossible for them to seize control of the underworld if they joined forces. After all, the reason they hadn't been able to do so before was not due to a lack of power, but because they had feared the Palacio Count family. Thus, after their lengthy discussion, they turned their attention back to Alan. "If we take control of the back, we should give that fool a gift, don't you think?" "That's an excellent idea. There's a limit to how much one can ignore others." "He's probably acting this way because he doesn't understand how dangerous the world can be. We'll have to teach him." Count Krilda has such a fine personality. The 2 counts, wearing fishy grins that were far from noble, as if they had done nothing wrong, were confident that the moment they had been waiting for would come soon. just as the two were about to rejoin the camp, where the other nobles were gathered after finishing their private conversation. Monsters. The event happened suddenly. Under the cover of darkness, monsters appeared. It was as if they had been lying in ambush, waiting silently, until a soldier spotted them by chance and shouted. At that moment, monstrous cries echoed from within the forest, as if on cue. Immediately, the mercenaries and knights, as if rehearsed, drew their weapons to protect the nobles. And then, "Wizard, give us light." A wizard, extravagantly brought along by a noble purely for boasting purposes at this grand church event, responded to the knight's command and cast an orb of light into the sky. In an instant, the mercenaries and knights who had been noisy just moments earlier fell silent. What they saw when the light from the wizard illuminated the dark forest were goblins. Goblins are commonly found in forests. With the strength of a child, they are not dangerous monsters for anyone other than rookie mercenaries. Though the rusty swords and bows they wield can be dangerous, they pose little threat to seasoned mercenaries and knights. Goblins only become troublesome when their numbers swell, but even with dozens of them, they can still be easily driven off. However, this is insane. If their numbers are enough to fill the forest before them, then they are undoubtedly a threat to the knights and mercenaries. Moreover, what heightened the tension for the knights was that the goblins before them were far from ordinary. "What on earth is that?" A knight's voice, laced with both fear and confusion, was directed at the sight of the goblins. The problem wasn't just that they were goblins, it was their grotesque appearance. Purple crystals were growing all over their bodies, including their heads, as if they had been afflicted by some kind of plague. To make matters worse, wait, isn't that Mark? Among the horde of goblins, the body of a seasoned mercenary who had been assigned to external surveillance for precautionary measures was being devoured savagely. KRRK. In the hands of a massive goblin was what remained of Mark's body. The mercenaries who saw this sight, this can't be happening, felt a rising wave of fear within them. Mark, the mutilated corpse in front of them, was a veteran mercenary who could easily handle dozens of goblins on his own. The fact that he had been killed, without even being able to report the approach of this massive goblin horde, suggested one thing to the mercenaries. The mutated goblins before them were anything but ordinary. The knights, who were holding their weapons alongside the mercenaries, also recognized that this was a dire situation. Even if there were only hundreds of goblins, this fight would be incredibly unfavorable for the knights. Individually, they might manage, but the knights had nobles to protect now. And goblins were cunning monsters, capable of easily exploiting that vulnerability. While the mercenaries seemed to be paralyzed with fear at the sight of the goblins' strange appearance and Mark's death, the knights who could sense magic were aware of something more. They realized that the goblins before them were imbued with magic power. Even a small amount of magic within a monster significantly enhances its physical abilities, and the knights understood this well. Just as the knights were grimacing at the goblins' bizarre howls and their impending charge. Thud! A wall of stones and rubble suddenly rose from the midst of the goblin horde. All eyes were instantly drawn to it. The wizard who had cast the light spell recognized that the wall was a rock wall, a third-tier spell. As the translucent barrier of a second-tier shield formed beyond the wall, the knights' expressions shifted from despair to confusion. The goblins' malicious stares were now entirely focused on the wall. "Enhance!" A calm voice echoed through the air. And then, "Compress!" With a loud cracking sound, the translucent sphere rapidly shrank, distorting the stone wall as it collapsed inward. Thud, thud. In the ensuing silence, The sound of footsteps drew the attention of the knights and mercenaries to one direction. A man was approaching. Even in this life-threatening situation, he appeared completely unfazed, walking with an indifferent expression. The nobles and knights quickly realized that the man was Count Palacio. Vacuum. As soon as his lips moved again, the round shield transformed into a rough, rock-like shape, about the size of a soccer ball you might find by the roadside. And then, return to origin. With Alon's final words, the bracelet on his wrist began to emit a faint gray light. Boom! The compressed stones exploded outward like a shotgun blast, tearing dozens of goblins to pieces. It all happened in an instant. The nobles, knights, and mercenaries stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as they watched the magic-infused goblins get shredded into mere lumps of flesh. Among them, Count Krilda and Count Edalin's eyes widened as if they were about to tear apart. With all eyes now on Alon, he simply said, "Stop standing there in a daze and get ready." His voice was calm as he looked ahead. The knights and mercenaries, as if mesmerized, raised their swords. The fear that had been spreading in their hearts had, as if by magic, vanished entirely. Chapter 22. The battle with the goblins ended in victory. Thanks to the knights and mercenaries responding calmly, the front lines held strong, and Alon's magic once again destroyed a detachment of enemies who were moving to attack the nobles from behind, quickly tilting the battle in their favor. Of course, with hundreds of mutated goblins, there were casualties, but the number was small given the scale of the battle. The final blow came when a knight pierced the head of the last goblin, ending the battle completely. As soon as the soldiers confirmed the battle was over, they sighed in deep relief and turned their gazes toward Alon, who was looking down at the goblin corpses. Despite having just fought a life-or-death struggle, he remained expressionless, as if the battle had left no impact on him, causing the mercenaries to look at him with awe. They couldn't forget the sight of Alon turning dozens of goblins into mere chunks of meat, without even changing his expression. However, while the knights and mercenaries admired Alon, he was thinking, "I nearly died in a single strike." Though his face showed no sign, inside he was working hard to calm his wildly racing heart. Despite bearing the insignia of the impure, which allowed him to cast 3 times more spells than usual, after using walls and shields twice each, he had been reduced to a mere mortal due to the limitations of his mana capacity. It's a good thing the knights won, he thought. Though the odds of the knights and mercenaries losing were slim, even against mutated goblins, when he had lost all means of self-defense, he had felt a desperate fear. Perhaps I should have just dropped out earlier. No, it was a good thing I stayed close, but more importantly, Alon praised his past self for acting rationally, and having calmed his heart, turned his gaze to the goblin before him, his expression growing serious. He knew all too well the significance of the purple amethyst emerging from the goblin's body. Why a divine descent? This was a strange phenomenon that occurred among the monsters of the continent when an outer god tried to descend upon the world. The monsters affected by divine descent became more ferocious and physically stronger. While the current group of soldiers could handle the monsters they would encounter on their journey to the Duke's territory, Alon was concerned about the fact that the divine descent had occurred at all. The phenomenon meant that an outer god would soon descend upon the land. Typically, such gods could not descend unless one of the 5 great sins manifested, but now even these borderland gods were about to arrive. This can't be good. The descent of outer gods was a grave matter for Alon. While not as catastrophic as the great sins, if these gods started rampaging, entire kingdoms could vanish easily. There were only 6 kingdoms on the continent excluding the Empire, meaning a 1/3 chance that his future plans would be destroyed. In fact, if he were lucky enough to even be able to think about his future at that point, he would consider it fortunate. Alon's expression grew serious as he stared at the goblin. However, there were others who looked even more serious than Alon, so serious, in fact, that their expressions seemed to suggest they had lost everything. Those individuals were Count Krilda and Count Edalin. A few days after the appearance of the mutated goblin, with only 1 day left until their arrival at the Duke's estate, Alon experienced two changes in that short time. One was that the nobles, who once looked at him with blatant contempt and ridicule, especially when Counts Krilda and Edalin made their snide comments, no longer displayed such expressions. The second change was, "Count Palacio, this is some meat I brought from my estate. Would you like to try it? Count, if it pleases you, I could offer some support to your domain. What do you think?" Count Krilda and Count Edalin, who had spent the past few days mocking Alon, were now fawning over him, trying to curry favor. The two counts, who now seemed ready to give Alon anything he wanted, clung to his side, flattering him with servile smiles, while Alon remained indifferent. But the counts were desperate, truly desperate. The display of power Alon had shown just days ago was too strong to dismiss as mere luck in claiming the title of Count Palacio. Moreover, they still remembered what the third-tier mage, whom Baron Ammon had brought to flaunt his wealth, said that night, that Alon's magic was undoubtedly beyond a second-tier level. Upon hearing that, both counts began to reconsider the rumors circulating in society, wondering if they were wrong about Alon. While there were still some unresolved doubts, that no longer mattered. What was important was that the two counts had realized Alon was hiding a power strong enough to not need protection. This meant the power that had supposedly wiped out Avalon in a single day, the power held by Count Palacio, could be real. With this realization, their only option was to quickly win Alon's favor. While some might argue that it would be better to investigate the situation thoroughly before making any moves, this didn't apply to those who knew the Palacio family well. The two counts, having witnessed firsthand the brutality of the Palacio family's notorious behavior, knew how cruel they could be. Although Alon, the third son, had never shown such behavior himself, the counts were convinced that Alon shared the family's cruel and ruthless nature. After all, the Palacio family had been full of miscreants since his grandfather's time. Thanks to this, Alon had enjoyed a luxurious lifestyle in recent days. Instead of sweet potatoes and corn, he ate meat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and the wine they occasionally brought along was also excellent. However, despite receiving these gifts for several consecutive days, Alon's expression did not soften, still preoccupied with thoughts of the goblin from a few days ago. Who could it be? No matter how much Alon pondered, no clear answer emerged. The divine descent was merely a sign that an outer god was about to descend, and there was no way to know exactly which god or when and where it would occur. Although it was meaningless to dwell on it, Alon couldn't help but worry, knowing that his future plans could be completely ruined in an instant. He could go from being a noble to a commoner in the blink of an eye, which was why he couldn't stop thinking about it. I'll have to gather as much information as I can once I reach the estate. As he thought this, he glanced at the nobles beside him, who were eagerly trying to make up for their previous behavior, even at the expense of their pride. He was once again reminded of the Palacio family's infamous reputation. I didn't think they would react this way over just a slight doubt about a rumor. As Alon watched the Count's desperate display, he realized how deeply the rumors about his family had affected them. However, despite understanding their fear, he had no intention of easing their anxieties. Alon considered himself cool-headed, but he also had a petty side. The Count's performance finally came to an end when Alon arrived at the Duke Roediger's estate. As soon as Alon arrived at the Duke Roediger's estate, what greeted him was an absurdly large mansion. No, multiple mansions. How many mansions are there inside this estate? Of course, the rich would have this many, he thought, as he noticed the variety of mansions, almost as if someone with diverse tastes in interior design had collected them. Alon soon realized that all these mansions belonged to the Duke's concubines, causing him to shake his head in disbelief. How does his body even survive? He wondered briefly, but upon arriving at the ballroom in the middle of a grand party, he was once again shocked. Everything he saw screamed wealth. Even the wine glasses, which one wouldn't normally pay much attention to, were rimmed with gold. The chandeliers, made entirely of gold, made Alon feel the urge to steal one and sell it as he wandered around the ballroom. Naturally, the ballroom was filled with many nobles. As expected, the Duke of Rodiger, who appeared incredibly thin, was there chatting with numerous nobles. Alon didn't bother trying to join their conversations. It wasn't hard to guess that there would be no benefit in doing so, especially in this ballroom, which felt even worse than the previous one he had attended. Instead of mingling, Alon decided to stand nearby, snacking on food and eavesdropping on the nobles' conversations. After all, his servant, Evan, had already gone off to contact the Information Guild as soon as they arrived at the estate. As Alon savored a dessert that resembled an egg tart alongside some wine, he overheard an interesting piece of news from the nobles' conversation. "Baron Daldoran, have you heard the news?" "What news do you mean?" "You know, the rumor that Duke Altia and Count Zenonia not only formed an alliance, but are also trying to establish a faction." "Ah, that rumor. Yes, I've heard about it." The two nobles, acting as though they were discussing some great secret, moved to a corner and began whispering. However, with his enhanced hearing, Alon could easily pick up their conversation. "But is that true? I couldn't believe they had allied in the first place. If they really form a faction, they could overpower all the current factions combined." "Exactly. It might be something unprecedented." Alon was a little surprised upon hearing this, but his expression didn't change much. Even if such rumors were true, he didn't think those two would be able to maintain their alliance for long. As he pondered this, Alon couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise at the delicious taste of the egg tart in his mouth, nodding in approval. "This is good." Without hesitation, he grabbed another and popped it into his mouth. However, just then, the conversation he was listening to took an even more interesting turn. "But that's not the real issue." "What do you mean? Is there an even bigger rumor?" "Of course, I wouldn't have started if there was." What is it then?" "This is something I heard very discreetly, so don't go spreading it around. I've heard that neither Duke Altia nor Count Zenonia is the leader of this faction." "What, then, who is?" Count Palacio." "Count Palacio?" "Yes, the leader of the faction is said to be Count Palacio." "Is that true?" "Of course. Do you think I would lie about something like this?" What?" Hearing this, Alon instinctively turned to look at the nobles discussing the secret, and found himself gaping in shock at what they had just revealed. Chapter 23. The cold northern lands, a place where no living being should be able to survive, was gripped by an unrelenting, life-draining frost. In this bleak, cursed land, painted eternally in shades of gray by the relentless blizzard, a man had fallen. Where his right arm should have been, a crimson stain of blood marked the spot, and his left eye socket lay empty. This man was none other than one of the 8 barbarian chieftains, the great Khl Khan, now awaiting death after his defeat at the hands of the cowardly knights of Caliban. Yet even in his final moments, his eyes were filled with rage. "Those dishonorable dogs," he cursed, but not because of his defeat. To the barbarians, death in battle was a glorious end, a noble fate. Khl Khan's fury stemmed from the dishonorable way he was struck down, caught in an ambush, tricked by the knight's deceitful challenge to a duel. Cough, blood spilled from Khl Khan's mouth as his world grew dim. The gray landscape blurred, and his ears gradually stopped hearing the bitter winds. Despite his anger, his mind slowly began to sink into darkness. Just as everything was about to fade into nothingness, Khlkan whispered the name of the great god, Ulthultus. At that very moment, time seemed to stop. The dim, fatting vision cleared. The harsh northern wind blew in his ears once again, and his mind, slipping into unconsciousness, began to rise. "Child of blood," a voice echoed. "Call my name. Call upon the great name that you worshipped. Call upon my name, and I shall grant you what you desire." As if commanded by a divine force, Khlkan, entranced, murmured, "Ulthultus." And in that moment the god smiled. Somehow, I became the hidden mastermind of Asteria after waking up. After hearing something that seemed to fit such a title, Alan closed his gaping mouth and mumbled to himself. However, the sweetness he had felt just moments before was completely gone. What kind of nonsense is this? A flurry of question marks swirled in Alan's mind as he tried to comprehend the rumors he had just heard. It made no sense to him. If he had been associating closely with Duke Altia or Count Zenonia, both of whom were currently forming new factions, he might have understood the basis for such rumors. However, the issue was that Alan had never once met either of the two nobles. He had only seen Duke Altia once when she was still a young lady at a ball, and as for Lady Zenonia, he had encountered her but had never met the Count himself. In other words, the rumor lacked plausibility, to the point of being entirely baseless. Alan, who had been slowly moving his lips while deep in thought, soon concluded that the notion of him exchanging secret talks with other nobles was nothing more than an absurd, groundless rumor. After all, suspicions could only arise if there was a pre-existing relationship. But since Alan had no connection whatsoever with those individuals, he didn't even feel the need to entertain any doubt. So just as Alan reached for a cookie next to the egg tart, a voice called out, "Count Palacio." Alan turned his head toward the voice and looked beside him. There stood a man dressed in expensive clothing, his face full of mockery. Who is this guy? Alan briefly scanned the man. With his long, curly hair draped to one side, it was easy to tell that the man's character was twisted in a way that was different from the Palacio family. But Alan couldn't gather any more information than that. At the very least, Alan had no information on him in his mind. "Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I am Carmen, the third son of Duke Comelin of the Ashtalon Kingdom." As soon as he noticed Alan didn't recognize him, Carmen's expression briefly faltered before he introduced himself. Alan paused in confusion, then nodded in understanding. After all, he had heard that foreign nobles occasionally visited the Grand Church, where most of Asteria's nobility gathered. "Count Palacio," Alan responded with a polite greeting. "I've heard of you. You were fortunate enough to become a count, weren't you?" Alan blinked in surprise at Carmen's immediate mocking tone. He had suspected from the start that this wasn't a friendly encounter based on the man's demeanor, but he hadn't expected him to launch straight into open ridicule, as if he had no sense of tact or intelligence. Just as Alan was processing this, another voice interrupted from a different direction. "Excuse me, but what are you saying right now?" Turning toward the new voice, Alan found a familiar face, unlike with Carmen. Marquis Mardinio. Alan recognized him not by his face, but by the emblem emblazoned on his chest, and the fact that he had the distinct appearance of a middle-aged man. "Are you insulting a noble of the Asteria Kingdom right now?" Alan's face showed bewilderment at this sudden and unexpected defense. Carmen, the third son of Duke Comelin of the Ashtalon Kingdom, was not in a particularly good mood that day. There were many reasons for his foul mood, but the biggest one was that the marriage proposal with the fifth daughter of Duke Lotiger, which he had worked hard to arrange, wasn't going well. Of course, the reason the proposal fell apart was purely due to Carmen's childish behavior and antics that made him appear immature. He had made the foolish mistake of evaluating the appearance of other noblewomen in front of the fifth daughter herself. As expected of a spoiled child raised without discipline, instead of acknowledging his mistake, Carmen became even more displeased when the lady suggested reconsidering the proposal. If this had not been the kingdom of Asteria, a close ally, or if it hadn't been Duke Lotiger, with whom numerous secret dealings were being conducted, Carmen would have already flipped the situation upside down. Of course, on the flip side, Carmen had no idea that the only reason Duke Lotiger was turning a blind eye to his behavior was because of the very secretive relationship he had with Duke Comelin. In any case, with his mood soured, Carmen had come to the ball, hopping to lift his spirits when he spotted Count Palacio and decided to pick a fight. There was only one reason he started the altercation: to vent his already foul mood. Of course, there were plenty of servants and knights around him who could have been ignored or ridiculed, but Carmen didn't find any pleasure in toying with them. It wasn't that his character was admirable, but rather that playing with toys he could easily destroy at will didn't offer him any amusement. For nobles like him, those not of noble birth were treated as no more than that. In that sense, Count Palacio was a perfect stress reliever for Carmen. From what Carmen had heard, Count Palacio was just a clueless boy who had luckily become a count, with no close allies among the nobility. Though even a rascal like him understood that this was not his own territory, he had carefully thought through who he could safely target without any consequences. And so, as soon as he saw Palacio, he initiated the confrontation. Do you realize how disrespectful it is to insult a noble of the kingdom of Asteria? That's not what I. The kingdom of Ashtalon has been our ally for a long time, but that was based on mutual respect. Have the people of Ashtalon forgotten what respect means? No, that's not. So, are you saying that Duke Comelin of Ashtalon views Asteria in such a light? Absolutely not. Then, why are you addressing a noble so disrespectfully, without having even properly succeeded to your own title? That. Carmen's face twisted in confusion. Contrary to the rumors he had heard, the moment he picked a fight with Count Palacio, the other nobles started to rally around him, chastising Carmen. As his face grew more bewildered, Carmen turned his gaze toward Alon, hopping for support, but even Alon was staring at the situation in a state of confusion, his typical expressionless face now mixed with perplexity and bewilderment. What is this situation? Carmen then looked at the three nobles defending Alon. One was Marquis Mardinio, another was Duke Lotiger, and the last was Count Palin. Alon easily recognized them, not only because of their crests, but also because they were highly influential figures within Asteria. Marquis Mardinio was a prominent figure among the royalist faction. Duke Lotiger, on the other hand, was a major figure within the aristocratic faction. As for Count Palin, he maintained political neutrality, but that very position had allowed him to accumulate considerable power. Even if Alon had no interest in politics or noble affairs, it was impossible for any noble in Asteria not to know who they were. Is Duke Comelin truly looking down on us? That's not the case. Then why did you speak so disrespectfully to Count Palacio? I've been disrespectful. Disrespect isn't the issue here. The point is, why did you make such condescending remarks to Count Palacio? Watching the nobles closing in on Carmen with their well-practiced political maneuvering, Alon, who had never been involved in politics, suddenly recognized the situation. I'm sorry. Does apologizing end your military service? I'm sorry. I asked, does apologizing end your military service? This is it. As this vivid memory from over 10 years ago flashed through Alon's mind, he unknowingly began to sweat. I've been disrespectful. Carmine, unable to endure the pressure from the nobles any longer, fled the ballroom as if in retreat. As soon as he left, the nobles quickly approached Alon and started speaking to him. "Count Palacio, are you all right?" "I'm fine, but—" Alon looked at the three nobles, wondering why they were being so kind to him. However, look at that. It seems they've already heard the rumors. Seems like the rumors are true if even those big shots are getting involved. If Duke Altia and Count Zenonia get involved in politics, they'll be unstoppable. But look at the other nobles, they seem confused. It's still a secret, so be careful what you say. Where on earth do you hear things like this? There are ways. Thanks to his heightened hearing, Alon overheard the hushed conversation of the noble who had been secretly whispering earlier. It was only then that he began to piece together what was happening and realized how absurd the situation was. Now that I think about it, I haven't had the chance to talk with you, Count. I understand, though, as you're probably very busy. Marquis Mardinio, speaking as if he knew everything, chuckled and continued the conversation. Alon began seriously contemplating whether or not he should clarify that the rumors were baseless nonsense. After all, not doing so could lead to unnecessary complications later on. But then again, speaking up now might make the situation even more awkward, as Alon mulled over what to do. "By the way, I heard you're studying magic, Count. Is that true?" "That's correct." "Then I thought I might give you a small gift. Among the artifacts I acquired after clearing out some orc hordes, there's one that stores magical energy for later use. How does that sound?" "Now that you mention it, I also prepared a little gift." Silence followed as Alon listened to the nobles. That day, Alon ended up receiving 2 magical artifacts and 5 mana restoration potions from the 3 nobles. Meanwhile, as these influential figures gathered around Alon, leaving the other nobles bewildered, Count Krilda and Count Edalin closed their eyes tightly in despair, thinking, "Did we mess with the wrong person? This is really bad." 4 days after the banquet began, as Alon's collection of spoils steadily grew, an outer god descended in the north. Yes, that's the information I received. Apparently, the purple crystal is also connected to the outer god, but they say they don't know for sure, as the information comes from ancient texts. Regardless, it's thrown Caliban into chaos. With only 2 days left in the banquet, Alon, having gathered this intel through the Information Guild, started contemplating something. And then, without hesitation, he made a decision. "Evan." "Yes." "Once the banquet is over, complete the tasks we need to finish, and then we're heading straight to Caliban." He had made up his mind without any doubt. Chapter 24. Suddenly, more importantly in Caliban. Evan, wearing a deeply confused expression, spoke while thinking for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, he hesitantly opened his mouth. "Don't tell me you're planning to go to the north." Evan spoke, recalling that Caliban was the closest country to where the northern barbarians resided. "I'll explain on the way, just prepare first. The information I mentioned earlier, it's accurate, right? If you're talking about the person we discussed last time, yes. The Information Guild confirmed there in that village." Evan, speaking with an anxious expression. "Then we'll stop there before heading straight to Caliban." But at Alon's firm statement, Evan, with a mixture of curiosity and resignation in his eyes, looked at him for a moment before leaving the room to follow orders. Alon let out a deep sigh, covering his face with his hand as if just thinking about it was exhausting. It was because the descent of an outer god was akin to a massive disaster that he desperately wished would never happen. An outer god. These beings, known by various names across the continent of psychedelia, were evils that, much like the five great sins, merely descending into the world brought calamity. For Alan, their descent alone was enough to shatter his future plans completely. Once they began rampaging in earnest, they could easily destroy entire kingdoms. Of course, with 6 kingdoms on the continent, the odds of being affected were about 1/3. But still, even thinking rationally, there was a 33.3% chance that he would lose his noble title and end up living as a beggar. In fact, by that point, living as a beggar might even be fortunate. If an outer god attacked Asteria, his chances of surviving were slim to none. If by some small chance the outer god destroyed 2 other kingdoms instead of Asteria, the situation might improve slightly, but it wouldn't be ideal. The collapse of 2 kingdoms would lead to the rapid fall of the United Kingdoms, and the surviving kingdoms would fight each other madly over worthless land tainted by the powers of the otherworld. With tens of thousands of casualties and over a dozen heroes already lost to the outer gods, the remaining kingdoms would naturally weaken, and in the end, the empire would devour them all. In short, no matter how you looked at it, if an outer god descended upon the United Kingdoms, Alan would have to give up his noble title. And in some ways, the latter scenario might be even worse. While the former would end quickly, the latter would drag him into a full-scale war. Sure, some might suggest the United Kingdoms could band together in unity during such a crisis. But having played this game long enough and having seen hundreds of scenarios, Alan could confidently shake his head. In every scenario where an outer god or one of the 5 great sins destroyed even a single kingdom, the dissolution of the United Kingdoms was inevitable. Other small details might change, but the collapse of the Union never did. In other words, for Alan, to prevent his life plans from crumbling, he had to stop the outer god before it reached the kingdom. HMPH. As soon as Alan heard that an outer god had descended, he knew he had to act immediately. He had a plan. I have to resolve this within 2 months. When an outer god first descends to the mortal world, it cannot fully wield its power as an avatar and requires a 2-month stabilization period before it can awaken as a saged god and fully access its abilities. Thus, there was a small window of time before it became a saged god, during which stopping it would be somewhat easier. Though, even before becoming a saged god, it wasn't exactly weak. He quietly recalled a part of his mind, where all the game-related information, except for what was necessary, had gathered dust. If it's the North, then it would be the god of duels, Ultaltus. Before becoming a saged god, he wouldn't be able to use formation attacks, so that's a bit of a relief. But normally, to purely suppress him with force, you'd absolutely need at least 5 sword masters and 1 archmage. Alan silently shook his head. Of course, gathering that kind of power was impossible in the current situation. However, despite this, Alan's expression didn't falter. Ever since the moment the monsters were possessed by a god, he had half expected this situation to come. He already had a plan to eliminate the outer god. I'm not sure if it will go according to plan, but there was no time to dwell on such things. After thinking this far, Alan opened a drawer in the inn where he was staying, took out some stationery, and immediately began writing a letter. 10 minutes later, I guess I should prepare a gift as well. After finishing the letter, which was addressed to Master Knight Deus Macalian in Caliban, Alan stood up. That late afternoon, 2 days before the banquet, Count Palatio left Duke Rodiger's castle. That night, at Duke Altia's rarely visited residence, which Duke Rodiger had kindly offered for her use, she finally arrived and was having a conversation with a man. You're saying Count Palatio has already left? Yes, that's correct. When the man, Marquis Mardarnio, nodded, Duke Altia or Loria spoke again. So how did it go? Fortunately, he accepted the gift well. At the Marquis's words, Altia smiled. That's a relief. For nobles, gifts are generally ceremonial and don't hold much significance. However, that only applies to trivial gifts. Expensive items like relics always carry deeper meanings. In Marquis Mardarnio's case, the gift he presented to the head of a new faction held a single message: "May I join your faction?" Of course, directly asking would be more straightforward, but noble society is all about appearances. For example, if someone were to ask directly and be rejected, it would be a blow to their dignity. That's why both the giver and the receiver communicate symbolically through what could essentially be called a bribe, making it easier for both parties to handle. Accepting the gift means approval, rejecting it means refusal. Of course, Count Palacio or Elan knew nothing of this. He had only attended a ball once in his life, had no friends, and his father, who died of an overdose, left him ignorant of such matters. As a result, Elan simply thought, even if they realize later, it's not like I'll see them often, and it'd be awkward to ask for it back after accepting, right? With that in mind, he readily took the gift, fully intending to keep it. Now we can officially align our interests. It's an honor. How did the others fare? Those who pledged their allegiance also accepted the gifts. Thanks to Elan's ignorance and his willingness to keep the gifts, Altia was able to gain the support of the nobles she had given prior notice to. Then we can start making serious moves now. With a small smile, she began preparing for the true formation of her faction. Exactly 1 week after Elan left Duke Roediger's estate, he arrived in Patron, a small village in the northern part of the kingdom of Ashtalon, located some distance from the Roediger estate. Elan had come here for one reason. Hello. It was to meet the protagonist of this dark fantasy roguelike game, Psychedelia. Do you know who I am? No. The reason Elan wanted to meet Eliban, the protagonist of the game, even though the 5 great sins had already been eliminated and the protagonist was no longer essential, was simple. Even without the 5 great sins, the protagonist would still become famous, and Elan judged that it wouldn't hurt to win his favor early on. Especially now, with an outer god having descended, Elan wanted the protagonist to grow quickly, so he came loaded with items to aid Eliban's early growth. Eliban, right? Yes, that's me. As Elan watched the boy speak with a bright smile, so cheerful that anyone might find it refreshing, he thought to himself, he's almost too good-looking for a guy, but, well, he looks just like the illustration. In Psychedelia, the player's choices allowed them to freely adjust the protagonist's gender. That thought briefly crossed Elan's mind. But then he felt a strange sense of dissonance. Was the protagonist always like this? Since Psychedelia was a dark fantasy game, he remembered that while Eliban's personality was lively compared to other dark fantasy characters, he didn't recall him being this bright. He felt a bit puzzled. But that feeling passed quickly. Take this. Elan naturally pulled out a few gold coins from his pocket and handed them to the boy. For me. Eliban's eyes widened in disbelief as he received the gold coins, which were enough to support a typical household for 2 months. But Elan didn't stop there. He soon began handing over one item after another, explaining the gifts he had prepared for Eliban over the past week. After a lengthy explanation and handing over all the items he had collected, Eliban, with a puzzled look, asked, "But why are you giving me all this?" Seeing Eliban's confused expression, Elan hesitated for a moment before replying, "It's an investment." An investment? Yeah, you're going to be big one day. In truth, Elan was hoping that Eliban might deal with any future outer gods for him, but he didn't voice that part. I'm Count Palacio, Alon added, letting Alibin know the name of the benefactor he should be grateful to when he succeeded, before climbing into his carriage without hesitation. Thank you, Count. No, sir, Count. Alibin, looking bewildered by the sudden meeting and parting, soon watched the departing carriage and gave a respectful farewell. Shortly afterward, I can roughly guess what you're trying to do, but isn't this all a bit rushed? Evan remarked, watching how quickly Alon had passed all the gifts to the protagonist. We don't have time. Besides, he's smart enough to figure it out. Alon spoke while recalling Alibin's backstory. He had considered staying in the village for a few days to build rapport with Alibin, but unfortunately, time wasn't on his side. So he made this choice, and Evan nodded in agreement. Yeah, well, he does seem incredibly talented. I mean, for a kid, his magic power is really strong. Her magic power? Yeah, you didn't notice. It looked like his magic was oozing out of him. Plus, even though he's dressed like a village boy, it seemed like he had an artifact with him too. Hearing Evan's words, Alon recalled his memory of Alibin. Come to think of it, I did sense a bit of magic power, but wasn't Alibin supposed to be just a random village boy before starting his adventure? Recalling the game, starting setup, Alon tilted his head in confusion. It seemed odd for Alibin to have magic power and an artifact at this stage, but Alon brushed it off. Well, he's the protagonist, so I guess he can have a bit more talent than usual. With that thought, Alon stopped worrying about Alibin. He had given everything he could, and if the protagonist became stronger, it would only benefit him. After all, Alibin was one of the few characters with a kind heart in this cruel, dark fantasy world. Because of that, how long will it take to reach Caliban from here? About another week, 10 days at most if we're delayed. I wish I could get some help. Alon listened to Evan's words as he headed toward Caliban. Meanwhile, at the large mansion in the south of Caliban, Deus, who had returned from the northern expedition and was resting, was preparing to leave for the north again the next day because of foreign news. After reading the letter, Vice Captain, yes, the northern expedition is postponed for 2 weeks. He immediately gave the order. May I ask the reason for the postponement? At the vice captain's question, Deus fell silent for a moment. Soon, a benefactor will arrive. He muttered those words. Chapter 25. Carmine, the third son of Duke Comelin, had been in a foul mood for the past week. While the recent broken engagement was part of the reason, what was really getting under his skin was Count Palacio. At the latest banquet, he tried to relieve his stress by antagonizing Count Palacio, only to end up publicly humiliated. Of course, it was entirely Carmine's fault. If he hadn't made inappropriate comments about the appearance of another noblewoman, the engagement talks would have gone smoothly. And if he hadn't provoked Count Palacio, he wouldn't have faced such disgrace. However, Carmine had completely forgotten that he had instigated the conflict. He only focused on the humiliation he had suffered, replaying the incident over and over in his mind. It was the first time in his life he had experienced such shame. After all, as the son of Duke Comelin, a cornerstone of the kingdom, he had never faced such humiliation before, and that moment had left a deep mark on his memory. For about 10 days, Carmine would often grind his teeth while recalling the event. As soon as he arrived at the Comelin estate, he spoke, as if making a decision. Hey. Yes, young master. Where did that bastard say he was going? The last I heard, Count Palacio had some business in Caliban. Without listening to the night finish, Carmine hurried into his room and opened a desk drawer. Inside were numerous crystal balls. He picked the one from the far right and immediately took out a magic stone from his pocket, bringing it close to the crystal ball. As the crystal began to glow brightly, Time passed, and the light started to dim. Well, if it isn't my friend Carmen. A voice came from the crystal. I'll get straight to the point. I need your help. Carmen spoke while holding the magic crystal. You need help with what? Count Palacio. He's probably on his way right now. I need you to deal with him. Deal with him? You mean Count Palacio? The person on the other end, confused by the situation, asked again. You don't have to kill him, just leave him half dead. There was a brief silence from the man in the crystal before he spoke. Even so, that's a bit. I'll give you 5. What? If you take care of him, I'll give you 5 more. You need them, don't you, to get stronger? Huh? The man in the crystal let out a dry laugh at Carmen's words. Are you serious? You can get me 5 of those. If you get the job done properly, it's no problem. The man in the crystal remained silent for a moment. You can do it, can't you? Huh? Then, as if amused, the man chuckled. My friend, you know me too well. You always know exactly how to get to me. Are you going to do it or not? All I have to do is take care of him, right? Yeah, as brutally as possible. Wow, he must have really pissed you off to ask this much. Anyway, got it. I'll take care of it and contact you once it's done. With those words, the communication ended. The room fell silent, as if the conversation that just took place had never happened. But there was one difference. A sly grin spread across Carmen's face. Did he really think I'd let him off after publicly humiliating me? That was the only thought occupying his mind. Have we finally arrived? Looks like it. It had been about 2 weeks since Alon met Eliban, the protagonist of this world. Looking out at the capital city of Kurdum in the distance, Alon shifted his gaze to the back of the carriage. Various gifts were loaded there, all meant for Deus, the person they were about to meet. I'm exhausted, yawned Evan from beside him, clearly tired as he glanced at the gifts. Alon, too, felt the fatigue just as Evan said. Long journeys are always tiring. It would have been a lot more peaceful if we hadn't gone to that labyrinth-like place. Their tiredness was not only from the long journey, but also because Alon had made several stops in the past week. It was necessary. That was Alon's only reply to Evan. In truth, the reason they had made all those stops on the way to Caliban was to prepare for the upcoming battle with Outer God. The lotus-shaped necklace now hanging around Alon's neck, which hadn't been there 2 weeks ago, was part of those preparations. Ignoring Evan's gaze, Alon changed the subject. Deus has returned from his expedition, right? Yes, he should be here. Alon fell silent for a moment before asking, He'll meet with me, won't he? I'm sure he will, Evan replied, though Alon remained slightly skeptical. It's not just about meeting him. The real challenge is getting him to agree to my request. Alon had provided Deus with a great deal of financial support over the years, and even saved him from what could have been a disastrous situation. In terms of pure cause and effect, Alon was definitely in the position of a benefactor. But realistically, from Deus's perspective, Alon was probably just a faceless person who had generously spent money to help him from afar. After all, Alon had never actually met Deus in person. Without any direct interaction, it was hard to expect any real closeness, so now that he was finally in Kurdum, Alon couldn't help but feel a little anxious. I can only hope the gifts will win him over. As Alon mulled over his thoughts, they finally reached the northern gate of Kurdum, where they joined the line for inspection, just like any other travelers entering the capital. Even though he was a noble in the Asteria kingdom, when traveling abroad, inspections were mandatory for everyone. After briefly explaining his identity to the soldier conducting the inspection, Alon waited for Evan to finish as the line of carriages slowly moved forward. Excuse me, Count. Yes, there seems to be a slight problem. Evan leaned his head into the carriage, speaking, which made Alon tilt his head in confusion. He nodded slightly and stepped down from the carriage, where he was greeted by a knight with an overly confident expression. The knight had red hair and a lion crest on his chest, exuding an air of arrogance. As Alon looked at him curiously, the knight spoke. "Are you Count Palacio?" "That's correct." Though they had never met, the knight spoke informally, as if the facial expressions in this fantasy world were enough to reveal a person's personality. As Alon replied, Evan leaned in to whisper into his ear. "That knight seems to be a disciple of Fiola." "Fiola?" "Yes, you know, the fourth sword." At Evan's words, Alon finally let out a low murmur of realization. A master knight known as the fourth sword Fiola came to Alon's mind, and though he nodded, he still wore a puzzled expression. So why is the disciple of the fourth sword here, and with a whole group of knights? As Alon glanced around, he noticed several other knights wearing the same lion crest as Fiola. "What business do you have with me?" Turning back to Fiola's disciple, Alon asked. The knight, who had been leisurely walking toward him with a smirk, finally introduced himself. "First of all, I'm Villain, a direct disciple of Sir Fiola. And I've heard that my friend owes you a small debt." "Friend?" When Alon asked, Villain smiled and continued. "Yes, a friend. I don't recall having any significant connections here in Caliban. My friend doesn't have any particular ties to Caliban either. He's from the kingdom of Ashtalon." At those words, Alon instinctively muttered, "Ashtalon Kingdom, huh?" But then he quickly remembered and let out a low, understanding sigh. "Carmen. That's right, you remember, he contacted me." Hearing Villan's words, Alon couldn't hide his disbelief. "Wait, I didn't do anything to that guy. Wait, how long has it been? A few weeks." For a moment, Alon was impressed by the petty thug Carmen running to his friends to complain within just over 2 weeks. "I also owe him a bit, so I have to at least make an appearance." "So, you've been waiting here all this time just to make that appearance?" "To be precise, I've been waiting for word. All carriages from the kingdom of Asteria pass through this gate." Alon felt a wave of dizziness at Villan's nonchalant words, as if apologizing for the inconvenience, but not really meaning it. Even though nobility's influence diminishes significantly in foreign lands, it wasn't to the extent that one would be treated like this at the gates. "So what's your plan?" "I'll give you two choices. Those valuable-looking goods in your carriage, how about gifting them all to us? And the other choice? Spend about 3 weeks in the underground dungeon. You're well aware that I'm a noble from another country, aren't you?" Alon asked, knowing that imprisoning a foreign noble without cause would undoubtedly cause trouble. "I am Sir Fiola's only direct disciple." Villan's next words left Alon dumbfounded. What Villan was essentially saying was, "I can cause a ruckus, and because of my status, I'll face no consequences." The ridiculous part was that Villan's statement held some truth. Here, Alon was merely a foreign noble, but Villan was the sole direct disciple of a master knight. Unbelievable, birds of a feather really do flock together. Alon sighed, realizing that this bunch of thugs were perfectly matched for each other. Just as Alon sighed, Villan gave a wicked smile. "But to be honest, no matter which option you choose, the result will be the same." Villan lightly tapped Alon's stomach with the hilt of his sword. "After all, my friend only asked for one thing." Villan casually threatened Alon. Evan, who had been silent until now, slowly began to scowl. He instinctively reached for the sword at his waist when, "Huh!" a voice called out from behind, causing both Alon and Villan to turn their heads. There Alon saw him. Deus Macallion, dressed in black iron armor, Wearing a cold expression, Deus was walking toward them. The moment he appeared, the atmosphere at the gate grew heavy, as if the air itself was weighed down. Despite the fact that it was just one person arriving, the soldiers straightened their postures, eyes wide in shock. Even the knights, who had been wearing relaxed expressions moments ago, now stood upright, their faces tense. Attention! The soldiers, who had been casually observing the situation, immediately raised their swords in salute upon seeing Deus, but he didn't spare them a glance. "We greet the great sword." The Knights of Villain's group, Yuzan, shouted in reverence, but Deus ignored them as well. Instead, he walked directly toward Alan. Seeing this, Villain hurriedly pulled back the sword he had pointed at Alan, trying to speak, but crash! Gah! Deus's hand shot out and grabbed Villain by the throat. What? Villain quickly reached for Deus's hand in protest, but what do you think you're doing? At those cold words, Villain's face turned pale as he struggled to breathe, his eyes wide with fear. How dare you lay a hand on my benefactor? Chapter 26. Delman, known as Caliban's master knight and the third of the 5 great swords, was in a very good mood. This was because, on this recent expedition, he had killed Khlkan, one of the 8 chiefs and rumored to be quite strong among them. Of course, the method he used to kill Khlkan was something that neither Caliban nor the barbarians would ever acknowledge. He had challenged Khlkan to a duel. Then, when Khlkan came out alone, Delman used hidden soldiers, various traps, and poison to kill him. Even though Caliban and the barbarians were at war, they always respected each other's honor in battle, making Delman's actions outrageously dishonorable. However, instead of feeling guilty for his deceit, Delman smiled with the thought that he no longer had to give up his third position to Deus, one of the newly entered 5 swords. With that thought, he slaughtered all the barbarians who were present at the scene, leaving no one alive. This would have been impossible for him alone, but the numerous soldiers he had stationed outside, so they wouldn't witness the duel, made it achievable. Delman had successfully earned merit, and now all that was left was to return and report his accomplishments. As he made his way back to one of Caliban's forward bases, he saw something that stopped him. He saw it. A man with red hair matching the symbolic power of fire stood with a tense expression. He and his red flame knights were staring at the base, or what used to be the base. The place had become a wasteland. The gray earth was smeared with red blood, ruins lay scattered, and thousands of corpses littered the ground as if they were nothing. However, what drew all their attention wasn't the ruins but the man standing in the middle of it all. Wearing the barbarian's signature leather clothing, he stood proudly at the center of the ruined base. As Delman turned to look at him, the man also turned his gaze towards Delman and started walking toward him. At a glance, it seemed like the man was inviting his own death, as Delman had not only 100 knights but also countless soldiers by his side. No matter how strong this barbarian chieftain was, he couldn't handle such a large force alone. Yet, despite recognizing the overwhelming odds, Delman's expression was filled with tension. The first reason was the state of the base, now reduced to ruins, and the second was the aura. Although Delman had committed a dishonorable act, he was still a sword master, someone who could cut off a mountain peak with a single slash and claim the lives of dozens of barbarians with one stroke. And as such, he could clearly sense the extraordinary aura emanating from this man. And then, "Are you Delman?" The man's voice echoed, a voice that didn't sound human, and just hearing it for a moment shook Delman to his core. Delman quickly regained his composure and instinctively raised his aura blade as he responded. "Who are you?" "Then answer me, Delman. Why did you desecrate the sacred and honorable duel?" "What?" "Answer me. Why did you sully the great and holy duel, the honorable fight between 2 warriors?" "Then speak." Hearing the barbarian's words, Delman realized that the man was talking about his duel with KHL Khan, and he replied, "Ha, this is a battlefield. Isn't it foolish to believe in a duel in such a place?" The barbarian stared at Delman, unfazed, and spoke again. "How dare you speak of the great duel like that?" His voice was filled with clear displeasure. "I already told you, this is a battlefield. This is your last chance, human, a warrior of considerable strength. Fight me in a duel. If you win, I will let you go." At the barbarian's offer of a last chance, Delman did not respond. He just, "Everyone prepare for battle," he commanded the knights. As soon as his order was given, the knights and soldiers swiftly drew their weapons in perfect unison. The Knights of the Red Flame, who had fought alongside Delman in numerous battles in the Northern War and led them to victory time and time again, all wore resolute expressions as they drew their swords and deployed their auras. Watching this scene, the barbarian muttered, as if in lamentation and disdain, "Do knights truly possess no honor?" With that muttering, creak tilde, the surrounding corpses began to rise. What is this? The knights were startled by the sudden change, but the phenomenon continued regardless of their emotions. A knight with his head split in half. A soldier with half of his body blown away. A rider with his upper torso severed. They slowly began to awaken. And then, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Kill me, please, I beg you." The screams of the dead filled the gray earth. "You mortals, without even the honor to your name, are unnecessary in this world." That presence vanished. Even Delman, who had stepped into the realm of a superhuman, couldn't keep up with the speed. But then, however, Delman turned his gaze to the voice that had suddenly appeared, and the barbarian had already slammed his hand into the ground. Boom! The earth exploded instantly. Rocks and debris shot into the sky, and simultaneously, the soldiers and knights who had been standing ready were all hurled into the air. And with just one swing of the barbarian's foot through the air, crack! The soldiers and knights flying through the sky were struck by the debris, their bodies turning into mere chunks of flesh. Without even time to scream, their remains splattered across the ground, creating countless red flowers of blood. As Delman belatedly tried to swing his sword, he realized in that moment, his arm was gone. "Alig!" Delman's scream echoed, and the soldiers who hadn't yet grasped the situation finally understood what had happened. In just an instant, the Master Knight and most of his knightly order had been annihilated. Panic spread like a plague among the soldiers, robbing them of their will. The terror rooted in their hearts quickly spread, leaving them paralyzed. In the chaos of the massacre, Delman, who had lost his arm, looked at the barbarian in disbelief. Who are you?" The barbarian, no, the god of all barbarians and the father of duels, Ultultus crushed Delman's internal organs with his rough hands, finishing his task. He looked down at Delman, who lay beneath his hand. A moment later, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Though his internal organs were completely shattered, Delman rose again, spewing blood across the gray snowfield and screaming in agony like the others. Satisfied, Ultultus grinned as he spoke. "All you gathered barbarians." He turned his gaze to the surviving soldiers, who were frozen in terror. "Prove yourselves through a duel. And then, prove that you are not savages." He offered them a duel. "If you do, I shall grant you an honorable death." On the blood-stained Colosseum made of the dead, Master Knight and disciple of the Fourth Sword villain couldn't understand the current situation. The reason he had come here today was simply to help out his friend, Carmine, who was also a very valuable supplier, by taking care of a certain noble from the kingdom of Asteria. Of course, given that the six kingdoms were united under the Union Kingdom, normally, even if the noble was from another country, he should have shown some level of courtesy. A misstep could quickly turn into an international issue. However, the reason Villain had accepted Carmen's request without hesitation wasn't just because of the item Carmen had offered. After considering the circumstances, Villain thought there was no chance the situation would escalate. There were three reasons for his judgment. The first was that, among the six kingdoms in the Union, Caliban, which constantly fended off the barbarians from the north, held the most influence. The second was that rumors about Count Palacio had yet to spread again, meaning his reputation remained that of a reckless noble who had only become a count by sheer luck, and he had no connections in Caliban. The third was that, even if the situation did go wrong, Villain believed that his master Fiola, who stood at the pinnacle of Caliban, would somehow smooth things over. Although not as gifted as Deus, Villain was talented with the sword and had always been under his master's protection. With these three reasons in mind, Villain thought there would be no harm to himself in dealing with Count Palacio, and truthfully, his judgment wasn't wrong. However, there was one thing Villain didn't know. And that was Greg. He. Count Palacio was, in fact, a benefactor to Deus Macallion, a master knight currently hailed as a hero in Caliban. Deus had earned the nickname the Swordless after defeating Kurga of the Snowfields, one of the 8 chieftains, in a duel. Villain, who was slammed into a tree, groaned with a fearful and defiant expression as he tried to speak. W8 Lord Deus. But he couldn't finish. Deus's foot struck his stomach before Villain could open his mouth. The Knights of Uzon, who had just been showing their respect, instinctively tried to draw their swords at the sight, but the moment you draw your swords, I leave the rest to your imagination. Just by turning his gaze and saying those words, the knights swallowed their breaths in silence, and then the one-sided beating began. Watching this, Alan, who stood with an outwardly expressionless face as Deus mercilessly pummeled Villain, but inwardly he was filled with a deep, satisfied smile. You've grown up so well. Alan gazed at Deus as if he were a father watching his son grow up splendidly. Not that any father would feel proud watching his son ruthlessly beat someone else, but Alan felt something akin to paternal pride in that moment. Actually, it was more than that. He even felt a strange sense of gratitude. Alan had been thinking all the way to Caliban that Deus likely wouldn't be too fond of him. Perhaps Deus might tolerate him, but Alan had thought it would stop there, never expecting any deeper emotion. After all, Alan had never had a personal conversation with Deus, and more importantly, Deus had never written him a single letter. So, when Deus referred to him as his benefactor earlier, Alan felt as if all the effort he had put into raising Deus had finally been rewarded, and a pleased smile spread across his face. He hits well. Indeed. Watching Deus break Villain apart in real time, Alan wore a calm smile, and after about 3 minutes, he felt as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Alan was deeply grateful to Deus for going this far. But 5 minutes later, Count, what? Isn't he going to die? Alan, sensing something was wrong, watched Deus mercilessly beat Villain, who was pathetically clinging to his legs, crying and begging for forgiveness. No way would he. Well, yeah. Even so, Alan kept thinking, surely he wouldn't kill him, as he observed Deus's beating for another 5 minutes. After confirming that Villain's face was now so disfigured that it no longer resembled the cunning expression it had shown just 10 minutes earlier, Alan broke into a cold sweat and suddenly remembered. The Deus standing before him. Oh, was one of the 5 great sins. Of course, That didn't mean the feeling of gratitude had disappeared. It hadn't disappeared, but it's nice that he went this far for me, but Alan watched as Deus, leaving the half-crippled villain behind, walked towards him. I'm at your service. Bowing his head as if it were the most natural thing in the world, Alan noticed the soldiers and knights murmuring at the scene. Alan thought, glancing at the blood-soaked villain. Isn't this a bit excessive? Chapter 27. Malon, a guard working in the capital of Caliban, Kurdum, loves rumors. The reason is simple. Spending all day on duty at the city walls can be boring, and gossip is one of the ways to make his shifts more enjoyable. For that reason, Malon had been waiting for this day, or more precisely, for the day Count Palacio would arrive. He had heard a secret rumor that the troublemaker, who ran wild under the shadow of his master, had asked to be summoned as soon as Count Palacio arrived. Malon didn't know why that troublemaker was seeking out a count from another country, but he knew what would happen next. After all, there was only one reason that troublemaker ever sought someone out. Thanks to this, Malon was expecting a highly entertaining spectacle once Count Palacio arrived. However, what he saw was far from what he had expected. It was Count Palacio who was being beaten, but villain, and the one assaulting him was none other than Deus. Deus, one of the master knights of Caliban, had risen to the top of the knightly order in less than a year with unmatched talent, earning the title of Mucin, swordless. It was Deus who had struck Villain. Even that was enough to shock everyone in the capital, where rumors spread like wildfire in a single day. But Malon was even more stunned by what happened next. The swordless bowed his head. Malon stared, mouth agape, at Deus bowing his head as he spoke. Did Sir Swordless just bow his head? The swordless. The guards around him were equally shocked. The reason for their disbelief was simple. Until now, Deus had never bowed to anyone in Caliban except for the current king. There was even an incident where he slapped the second prince 3 times for harassing his only sister, an event still talked about in the capital. Deus's reputation soared after that, even though the second prince was known as a troublemaker abandoned by the royal family. Despite committing an offense against royalty, Deus wasn't punished, further elevating his status. It essentially meant that the entire kingdom of Caliban regarded Deus Macallion as more important than the second prince, and his reputation only grew stronger. Yet here he was, bowing his head to a mere count from another country. Please get in. Seeing Deus bowing to Count Palacio was enough to shock anyone familiar with the rumors. Soon all eyes were on the Count, who walked without expression, escorted by the master knight, as if this situation didn't faze him at all. And then, who exactly is this Count Palacio, that the swordless would bow to him? Malon and everyone who saw the Count's face had the same question on their minds, their mouths hanging open in astonishment. This situation is strange, but why are they looking at me like that? Alan, the one receiving these shocked stares, felt puzzled by the situation. Please get in. He then turned his gaze at Deus's words and noticed the carriage waiting for him. It stands out. Unlike other carriages, it was painted entirely in black, making it impossible to miss. And thud. Surrounded by knights as if they were guarding it like a fortress, Alan started to understand why people were staring at him this way. Even he thought this was a bit too much. Got it. However, it would be ridiculous to refuse to ride the carriage at this point, so Alan quietly got in. I will take care of the carriage then, said Evan, ending the conversation as Alan, now in the carriage with Deus, headed toward the mansion under the escort of the Black Knights. A short while later. Is this a mansion? Seeing Deus's mansion for the first time, Alan was visibly surprised. He had heard that Caliban's capital was large compared to other kingdoms, but this was the first time he'd seen a mansion of such immense size. Is this what success looks like? Alon briefly mused as he followed Deus, who led the way from the carriage through the vast mansion towards the office. Once inside the office, "Please have a seat." Ahem. Alon looked slightly puzzled as Deus offered him the seat of honor without hesitation. Even though Alon had little knowledge of formal etiquette, he knew the basics. Isn't the owner supposed to sit in the seat of honor? Of course, if Alon were of a higher rank, things might be different, but he was only a count, and not even a noble of Caliban, but from the kingdom of Asteria. In short, there was no need for Deus to treat him with such excessive courtesy. From Alon's perspective, Deus's treatment made him feel like a proud father whose son had made a great success. He felt pleased but also slightly concerned. He had quite a few favors to ask Deus. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Alon sat in the seat of honor, and Deus naturally sat beside him. What? A heavy silence followed. What should I talk about? Of course, there were many things Alon needed to ask for, but he knew that communication doesn't work that way. First, he needed to make some small talk. But having never spoken to Deus face-to-face, let alone exchanged letters, Alon felt awkward, just as he was struggling with the silence. "Creek, I'm a bit late." Evan, guided in by the knights, cautiously entered the room, and Alon realized that Evan had brought a gift. Evan the gift. Understood. At Alon's command, Evan placed the gift on Deus's desk. This is a gift. At Deus's response, Alon let out a small sigh. He had been wondering how to start the conversation, and now the gift had given him a way in. Thank you. Deus bowed his head slightly to Alon. And then silence. All right, isn't this the part where the conversation naturally follows? The thought passed through Alon's mind, and he finally opened his mouth. Aren't you going to open the gift? It would be improper to open it now. I'll do so later. Alon understood that it was indeed rude to open a gift in front of a high-ranking person with too much excitement. But Alon wasn't a high-ranking noble himself. What exactly does he think of me? Alon's confusion was apparent, but his bewilderment didn't last long. Because, Creek, be brother. Before he could gather his thoughts, a young girl entered Deus's office. Like Deus, she had striking purple eyes. She glanced around the room before her gaze settled on Evan. Oh, brother Evan. Recognizing him, she greeted him with a familiar smile. Oh, silly. Evan also smiled warmly as he stood up, and Alon quickly realized that the girl was Deus's younger sister, whom Evan had been sent to rescue. They do look alike. In the game Psychedelia, only the tragic circumstances of her death were described, so Alon had never seen her appearance. Yet, now that he saw her in person, he couldn't help but nod in agreement at the strong resemblance. As he turned his gaze to Deus, Alon was startled. Deus had a distinctly displeased expression on his face. When Silly grabbed Evan's hand, his eyes grew even sharper. Silly, Evan is not your brother. He's an old man, Deus remarked. Watching this, Alon quickly realized how protective Deus was of his sister. In short, it was safe to call him a *Siskin*. Though Alon understood Deus's attachment, knowing from the game that he had suffered a great sense of loss and lack of family, it was still amusing. As Alon was thinking about this, Silly, who had been playing with Evan moments before, suddenly came over to Alon and spoke cheerfully. You're Count Palacio, right? That's correct. I heard from Evan. You gave the order to save me. Hearing this, Alon glanced at Deus, then nodded quietly. I just did my duty. If you died, your brother could have turned into a continental killing machine. Thank you so much, Silly said, bowing deeply. Seeing her heartfelt gratitude warmed Alon's heart. Even though his actions had been motivated by other intentions, receiving sincere thanks for his good deeds felt rewarding. Alon smiled slightly. After Silly left, the atmosphere relaxed a little. Alon cleared his throat, glancing at Deus, who still wore a subtly hostile expression toward Evan after his sister's departure. Deus, the reason I've come to see you is that I need a favor. A favor? Deus asked, looking slightly confused. Yes, is there something strange about that? Alon responded with equal confusion. No, nothing, please go ahead. Though Deus's words seemed a little odd, Alon paused for a moment. He found it hard to speak now that it was time to make his request. He had two favors to ask of Deus, and both were likely to be somewhat difficult. After hesitating, Alon finally spoke up with the first request. I need to go to the north. Could you accompany me? Of course. Alon blinked, surprised at how easily Deus agreed. Is it really that simple? Yes, I was planning a northern expedition anyway. Hearing this, Alon felt relieved. The first request, at least, turned out to be relatively easy. Taking a deep breath of relief, Alon made his second request. Could I borrow the Ring of the Arrogant One from the Caliban Royal Treasury? As he made this request, Alon watched Deus carefully. After all, asking to borrow something from the royal treasury was essentially like indebting oneself to the royal family, and it could be quite a tricky matter for Deus. No matter how powerful Deus was, he was still bound by the political interests of the kingdom of Caliban. However, the Ring of the Arrogant One was essential for Alon's plan, and he had to ask, even if it put Deus in an awkward position. Of course, I don't want this to cause you any trouble, Alon began, trying to soften the request and offer compensation, but... Understood, Deus interrupted. What? I will retrieve the Ring of the Arrogant One right away. Deus bowed slightly as he spoke, leaving Alon bewildered once again. Wait, this is good, but is it really okay? With a slightly dazed expression, Alon asked, You know where it is, right? I've heard it's in the royal treasury of Caliban. And isn't it a bit difficult to get it? It usually takes about a week by normal means, but if you wish, I can retrieve it immediately. Is there a way to do that? Curious about Deus's bold claim, Alon inquired. Deus paused for a moment, seeming to consider something, then replied. The king might be a bit troublesome, but I can handle about 50 people, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Evan, who was nearby, was visibly taken aback, and though Alon didn't show it as openly, he was just as baffled by Deus's unwavering determination. Is this his way of showing how far he's willing to go for me? Interpreting Deus's words as a sign of his loyalty, Alon hesitated before saying, No, there's no need to go that far. Understood, I will retrieve the ring as quickly as possible. Deus looked somewhat disappointed as he agreed. Alon, for a brief moment, thought, I just wanted you to borrow it, but he quickly nodded in response. He really cares about me, but isn't this a bit much? And with that thought, Alon spent a day at the mansion while waiting for the ring to be retrieved. I've brought it. What? Alon stared at the precious jewel-encrusted box containing the Ring of the Arrogant One. And then, what? Count, did you hear? Yesterday, Deus apparently caused a ruckus at the royal palace demanding the treasure. I also heard he slapped the second prince again. At Evan's report, Alon was left utterly speechless. What is going on? Alon began to realize something was off about Deus. Chapter 28. 3 days had passed since they obtained the Ring of the Arrogant One and began preparing to leave for the north. By the time the knights and soldiers had finished preparing, the expedition force had already departed for the north. Not long after their departure, Deus Macallion. A man approached Deus. He had long blue hair and a vertical scar across his face. This was Fiola, one of the master knights of Caliban, known as the Fourth Sword. "You laid a hand on my disciple," Fiola said, his expression cold, his eyes betraying a hidden fury. Deus, with an indifferent expression, responded, "Your disciple acted rudely towards my benefactor." "Ha, and that gives you the right to beat someone else's disciple senseless." "Do you think it does?" Deus replied. Fiola frowned at Deus's words. His anger was clear on his face, and the intense energy he exuded filled the air, causing the knights around them to break out in a cold sweat. However, Deus, who took the full brunt of this power head-on, remained unfazed. "You're lucky I didn't kill him, Fiola." Deus's aura turned even more ominous, emitting a terrifying purple energy that pressed down on Fiola. The tension between them was so thick that it seemed like a sword fight would break out the moment someone drew a weapon. But after a moment of silence, Fiola was the first to turn away. Clicking his tongue, he glanced at Count Palacio, who was standing behind Deus. "Don't think I'm going to just let this go," Fiola said before returning to his resting battalion. Alone watching Fiola leave, Alan thought to himself, terrifying. He felt a tingling in his hands as he subconsciously clenched and unclenched his fists. So that's a master knight for you. Just the sheer power Fiola unintentionally released had left Alan breathless. At that moment Evan, standing nearby, muttered in disbelief, "That's insane, he's a complete monster." Alan turned his gaze to Deus. Despite the overwhelming energy Fiola had directed at him, Deus showed no signs of discomfort, which reminded Alan again that Deus was a master knight as well. It wasn't that he ever forgot this fact, but Deus had been rather humble towards him recently, so seeing this side of him was a fresh reminder. "Honestly, he's kind of rude to everyone else except me," Alan mused. He recalled rumors from a few days ago about Deus and thought of the time Deus had snapped at Evan, telling him, "Shut up, old man." Rescuing his sister must have been the right move after all, Alan thought to himself. Initially, he hadn't understood why Deus was so obedient to him, but now it was becoming clear. In fact, he didn't even need to guess anymore. Just watching Deus around his sister was answer enough. Maybe in the future, if I call for help while running my estate, he'll come running to save me. Alan grinned at the thought, though deep down he knew Deus wouldn't go that far. He shrugged lightly and returned to his carriage. The expedition to the north continued. 2 weeks and 3 days later, the expedition force crossed the border between Caliban and the north and arrived at their first outpost. There, they received 3 pieces of news. The first was the death of Delman, the third sword, who had gone missing after news came that the eastern outpost of Caliban had fallen and the enemy appeared. The second was that Kiriana, the second sword, who had been leading an advanced expedition to the western outpost, had suffered severe injuries in battle against the enemy. And the final news was, "Undead, you say?" The messenger reported that the enemy was approaching the outpost, leading an army of the undead. "Yes, the enemy has been reanimating fallen soldiers and knights into undead and marching with them." At the messenger's words, Fiola let out a deep sigh and muttered, "This is troubling." Deus, hearing the same news, remained silent. If the messenger's words were true, the situation was clearly unfavorable for Caliban. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. Even the master knights and the nobles leading the soldiers were reluctant to speak. Finally, one of the nobles cautiously suggested, "Perhaps we should retreat." That simple suggestion unleashed a flood of opinions from the other attendees. "Are you serious? You want us to turn our backs and run from the barbarians?" "That's not what I meant. I'm saying we should wait for a better opportunity. We're already in a bad position, and the second sword is severely injured, Not to mention Reinhardt still hasn't returned from his seclusion. Do you really think we stand a chance? At this point, do you think the injured could even escape while the barbarians advance on the outpost? The room quickly descended into chaos, but in the end, the opinions of the nobles didn't hold much weight. The true leaders of the expedition were the two master knights. Eventually, the nobles looked toward Fiola and Deus for direction. Let's think it over. I'll call for another meeting later. For now, everyone take a break and clear your minds, Fiola said, standing up from his seat. Deus also rose without a word and exited the tent. Outside, the land was the same dull gray as always. But to Deus, who had reached a certain level as a master knight, the world looked very different. The red snowfields. To Deus's eyes, the gray land appeared as a crimson world, filled with an eerie, ominous energy. The sky, consumed by this sinister red mana, was both beautiful and terrifying, a sight that even made someone as strong as Deus feel a faint sense of intimidation. He silently observed this strange world. After glancing at Fiola, who was likely seeing the same scene, Deus turned his gaze elsewhere. There he saw Alan, the great moon. Even though this terrifying world lay before him, Alan showed no signs of fear or awe. Instead, he sat calmly by the fire, eating a sweet potato with a blank expression. Unlike Deus, who couldn't tear his eyes away from the crimson sky, Alan hadn't glanced at the ominous landscape even once. He simply muttered to himself while eating. Diffraction, compression, focal point, annihilation. The great moon mumbled incomprehensible words, as if he had seen this world countless times before, words that Deus couldn't begin to understand. Watching him, Deus felt a surge of curiosity about Alan's purpose for being in the north. Of course, Deus had a rough idea that the great moon was here to deal with the enemy, but that didn't quell all of his questions. After all, from Deus's perspective, the great moon didn't seem particularly powerful, neither now nor in the past. Maybe he just can't see what I'm seeing. Deus glanced back up at the red sky. This scene was one that only those who had reached a certain level of enlightenment could see. The eerie landscape was enough to make him frown instinctively. But what if it was simply that the great moon couldn't see this scene? If that were the case, his behavior might be somewhat understandable, just as Deus was pondering this. Seriously, back off. A loud, high-pitched voice suddenly caught Deus's attention. Turning to the source, he saw a knight facing off against a mage. Please, just a little more help. You know how dire the situation is, the knight pleaded. I know that, but no matter how hard I try, I can't do anything more. I have to leave. Even so, just one more time. No, I told you it's impossible, you idiots. The mage screamed hysterically, while the knights continued to press her. Deus easily recognized the knights by their armor. They were members of Silver Shade, the knight order serving the second sword of Caliban, Kiriana. Opposite them stood Penia, the deputy tower master of the Blue Tower. Dragged out here for research when I have so much work to do. Why won't they just leave me alone? Penia complained. But shouldn't saving lives come first? The knight insisted. I'm telling you, I've done everything I can. There's nothing more I can do. I'm not refusing out of laziness. I've already done all I can. Watching the tantrum of Penia, the young prodigy of the magic world who had reached the 6th rank at a young age, Deus felt a moment of confusion but quickly understood. He remembered that the Caliban outpost was working in collaboration with mages from the Blue Tower to research the barbarians' rituals. Deputy Tower Master, she's strong, Deus thought, noting the remarkable energy emanating from her. As Penia continued pushing the knights aside in frustration, she noticed Deus standing in her path. She scowled and was about to speak. What are you? But froze before she could finish. Deus raised an eyebrow, confused by her sudden silence. But then he realized that she wasn't looking at him, but at someone behind him. "Why?" Pinia's trembling voice broke the tense air, and terror filled her eyes as if she had seen something that shouldn't exist. Her body subtly shook, and Deus instinctively followed her gaze. Standing there was Alan, who had just been munching on a sweet potato a moment ago. Now, he was staring back at Deus and Pinia with a puzzled expression. A brief moment passed, and then, "It's been a while, Deputy Tower Master," Alan greeted calmly. "Why, yes, hello," Pinia stammered, suddenly acting like a scared kitten, her head lowered, all traces of her previous hysteria gone. "How have you been?" Alan asked. "I have been well." Watching Pinia, whom Deus had previously regarded as a powerful figure, now cowering like a stray cat, he couldn't help but be baffled. Was I simply ignorant all this time? Deus thought, quietly reflecting on his understanding of the situation. Chapter 29. Most of the members of the Eclipse Order, led by Deus Macallion, supported Alan. However, they acted that way solely because Alan was considered Deus's benefactor. In reality, their feelings toward Alan were close to indifference. To the Knights of the Eclipse, Alan wasn't particularly special, aside from being Deus's benefactor. Even if there were emotions involved, it was only due to the jealousy some young knights felt when they saw how Deus treated Alan. Other than that, there were hardly any feelings toward him at all. In short, the knights didn't hold particularly positive sentiments toward Alan. But at least for this moment. "Vice Tower Master, may I ask you a favor?" "Yes, yes, what kind of favor?" The knights could only stare blankly, mouths agape. "Could you make a potion of Leviathan?" "Remitan's potion." "Yes, can you do it?" Yes, of course, absolutely." Not only the Knights of Eclipse, but even the Silver Knights, who were just recently berated by Pinia, were shocked. This was because they knew that the Vice Tower Master in front of them had a personality as eccentric as her genius magical abilities. In fact, it wasn't just them. Any knight who had ever gone on an expedition to the north would have heard stories of the hysteric Pinia. When heading north, wizards from the Blue Tower, who were often summoned at the same time, would always complain about Pinia's unbearable personality, so it was impossible not to know. Thus, the knights, aware of Pinia's notorious character, were even more astonished. Just to check, do you happen to have or know how to make the elixir of exceptionality?" I don't have it, but I think I could make it." "Could you also make that for me?" Well, it takes a lot of time, and I have other things to do." "I really need it." "I'll do it, I promise I will." The knights couldn't believe what they were seeing. Pinia, the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower and a 6th-ranked wizard, was obediently following the Count of Palacio's orders. No, more than obediently. She was contorting herself to avoid upsetting him in any way. The knights found it utterly unbelievable. And of course, what the hell? The same went for the wizards who had been dispatched from the Blue Tower with Pinia, enduring her constant scolding and shedding tears of blood from the torment. What is this? Am I seeing things? Has the Vice Tower Master completely lost it? The wizards, who looked on as if they were witnessing the end of the world, gasped in disbelief. She refused to make that last time because it was too difficult and spent weeks complaining, but now she's willing to make it. Am I seeing this wrong? Did someone cast an illusion spell as a joke? Are you stupid? If someone had cast an illusion spell, they'd have to cast silence on the Vice Tower Master as well, and who has that kind of spare magic power? They were so shocked that they even subtly tried to dispel any lingering magic, thinking perhaps another wizard was playing a trick. And then, "Thank you. No, it's something I should do." "How much payment will you need?" Payment, you mean?" "It's only natural to pay for the favor I've asked. Just tell me, and I'll have it sent to the magic tower later." Oh well. However, if it's a bit expensive, the payment might be delayed. The finances haven't been great lately. Just give me 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin, isn't that too cheap? No, it's fine. Yes, it's totally fine. Well then, I won't refuse such a generous offer. As they watched Pina, who was smiling and accepting just 1 gold coin for 2 potions that normally cost hundreds of gold coins to make, both the knights and the wizards wore blank expressions. They soon all turned their gazes toward Alon. The knights' faces were filled with amazement, while a look of reverence appeared on the wizards' faces. It seems like there's some misunderstanding, but at least I got the potions easily, Alon thought, as he returned to Evan. Wait, Count, when did you start speaking informally with the Vice Tower Master? I'm a noble, so I just spoke informally. No way. Excuse me, but as far as I know, the Vice Tower Master is treated as a quasi-noble, and it's standard etiquette to speak formally to each other. Is that so? Yes. Realizing that he had been somewhat rude to Pina, Alon let out a quiet sigh. With this, I've gathered all the cards I need to play. Not long after, Alon obtained the Levitan's potion and the elixir of exceptionality from Pina. A few hours later, he heard Deus's words. Retreat. Yes. Deus began explaining the current situation, and Alon nodded slightly as he listened. It's true, they don't seem capable of fighting. Alon recalled the many injured soldiers and the expressions of terror on their faces when he had arrived at the forward base. The knights looked relatively fine, but their expressions weren't good either. The only people walking around with calm expressions were the wizards, who were here to investigate the ritual, not to fight. As for the wizards, they already fled. Alon glanced around. Unlike earlier, when the area was bustling with wizards, there were none to be seen since Pina had delivered the potions. Realizing that the wizards had already hit the escape button after sensing the danger at the forward base, Alon heard Deus's question. What do you intend to do? Without hesitation, Alon replied, I will stay here. The reason Alon had brought so many items to Caliban, including borrowing the ring of the arrogant one from the royal family, was to deal with the outer god. Without dealing with the outer god, the future he foresaw would be nothing but a disaster. As Alon was reviewing the plans in his mind, Wajah. Suddenly, a terrible scream came from the distance. He immediately stood up and rushed outside the tent. There he saw a wizard screaming wildly, along with other wizards fleeing frantically toward the forward base. And then, behind them, the undead were approaching. It's the undead. Alia. The soldiers screamed, as if recalling a recent nightmare, and gathered at the entrance with their swords drawn. The knights, too, began to ready their weapons as confusion and fear spread across their faces. Despite the sudden chaos, Alon quickly grasped what had happened. A raid. Realizing that the outer god had moved even faster than the fleeing wizards anticipated, Alon's thoughts came to a halt as, Everyone draw your swords. With Fiola's urgent shout from the barracks, the battle began. The undead who charge in blindly without any tactics or strategy are far inferior in combat strength compared to a well-trained army. Even if the necromancers of this continent were to raise the undead through necromancy, they could never overcome well-trained soldiers. However, please save me. Alug. This unit of undead was fundamentally different from those controlled by ordinary necromancers. Just die, please. The soldiers thrust their spears into the undead. Some aimed for the heart, others the head, and some targeted the legs. The soldiers' spears pierced various parts of the undead bodies. If these were corpses raised by a necromancer, the damage inflicted would have been so severe that they should have already ceased to function. But then, even with spears lodged in their bodies, the undead continued to advance. The sight of them walking forward with spears still embedded was more than enough to instill terror in the soldiers. Squelch. GRRK. A soldier instantly died, his throat pierced by the sword of an undead. The situation became even more dire as the undead immediately attacked the soldier next to him. The seed of fear planted in the soldiers' instincts was more than ready to bloom. Their formation crumbled, and in an instant the battlefield descended into chaos. This, in turn, increased the number of deaths, which only led to more undead rising from the fallen, creating the worst kind of vicious cycle. Yet despite the grim situation, the soldiers gritted their teeth, their bloodshot eyes wide open as they continued to fight. Why? Because they still had hope. The knights, wielding ore-infused weapons, were quickly cutting down the overwhelming numbers of undead, reducing them by the thousands. The wizards, who had joined the battle later, were eliminating the undead even faster than the knights. Among them, the magic unleashed by Penia was particularly astounding. Icicle. Crash. Her magic was nothing short of extraordinary. Hundreds of undead advancing toward the soldiers were instantly frozen and shattered into pieces, a truly magnificent spectacle. However, even more than Penia, the figures that filled the soldiers with hope were the two master knights present, Fiola and Deus. Of the two, Deus's presence was especially overwhelming. SSSHT. Dozens of undead surrounded him. Some were soldiers with large wounds on their heads, others were knights with gaping holes in their chests. But, in an instant, the hundreds of undead around Deus suddenly halted, as if time itself had stopped. And then, swish! With a single light horizontal sweep of Deus's sword, all the frozen undead were precisely cut in half. One strike, hundreds of bodies. An overwhelming display of superhuman strength that brought hope to the eyes of the soldiers and knights. But just then, boom! With a deafening explosion, the outer god descended in the middle of the battlefield. For a moment, the movements of the undead halted, and the eyes of the soldiers shifted toward the new arrival. The sheer, overwhelming presence of the outer god filled the battlefield, and even Deus and Fiola couldn't hide the tension that appeared in their eyes. As the ashen dust cleared, revealing the figure of a man, everyone held their breath. Though he wore the clothing of the barbarians, his form had transcended anything that could still be called human. His massive physique and blue skin indicated that this being had long left the bounds of humanity. And then, barbarian, do not defile the sins of those who do not know honor. With that, the voice of Ulthultus echoed, and the undead began to rise again. The bodies that had been shattered into pieces by Penia started to mend, fusing together like slime and regenerating their physical forms. The corpses that had been severed by Deus's sword also began to reform. In that moment, SSSHT. Fiola, who had been silent until just moments before, suddenly appeared right in front of the outer god. His sharp instinct led him to realize that the tide of the battle had shifted the moment the undead resurrected, and they could no longer secure victory. As one of the fastest master knights of Caliban, possessing the power of divine speed, he struck before Ulthultus could even react. Thunk! Fiola's sudden strike pierced Ulthultus's heart. But only the tip of his sword had managed to penetrate. Lou! Ulthultus's gaze shifted toward Fiola, filled with contempt. Barbarians know no honor. Those who do not uphold honor abandon their very existence. Furthermore, crack! They also forsake the nobility of the soul. Thud! Fiola's body, which had just been gripping the sword, collapsed to the ground. His head was no longer attached to his body. However, There is no honorable death for those who disregard all value. With these words, Fiola's headless body began to twitch and rise, convulsing as it stood up once again. Seeing this horrifying spectacle, everyone present understood the grim reality. This battle was lost. Fear spread across the soldiers' faces, and despair began to take hold on the faces of the knights and wizards alike. Even Peña and Deus, who had far surpassed the limits of ordinary humans, were not immune to this despair. In fact, they had felt it even earlier than the others. With their heightened awareness, they knew that the being before them possessed far greater power than they had anticipated. As cries of agony and despair echoed from the undead, they were consumed by hopelessness, except for one man. Almighty God of duels, Ulthaltus. While everyone else was sinking into despair, a single man began walking toward the giant, passing between the living and the undead. Step, step. Neither slow nor fast. In accordance with the great oath of Calgunius. The face of the man walking toward the giant remained calm, even amidst this hellish scene of despair, as if he had been through such an experience countless times. And that man, I, Alon Palacio, in the name of the great oath. The Count of Palacio, demand a duel of Babylonia. With a swirl of his wrist, Alon raised his arm, and a bracelet glowing with a deep gray light shone as he stood face to face with the giant. Chapter 30. All eyes were focused on Count Palacio. The terrified soldiers, the despairing knights, even Peña and Deus. The giant standing before him. The giant's expressionless eyes looked at Alon, and Alon's emotionless eyes returned the gaze. Then, SSSSS. A smile crept across the giant's lips. The giant's laughter echoed through the entire space as if it would crush everything. The ground shook, and the laughter was so powerful that even the dead, who sang of despair, closed their mouths. Most of the living thought the giant's sudden laughter was filled with mockery and contempt, but contrary to their thoughts. Good, very good, O noble one. The giant's laughter was filled with genuine sincerity, joy, and exhilaration. The atmosphere around the giant's body shifted. From contempt to joy, from joy to ecstasy. And then, I, Ulthaltus, will accept your duel under the Great Pact. At the giant's cry, the dead who sang of despair began to move in unison, forming a massive circle around Ulthaltus and Alon. Drip, drip. The blood that flowed from the dead soaked the ground, marking its boundary. Thus, a blood-red Colosseum was formed. In the arena of ashes, decorated by bloodshed. Under the Great Pact, until the duel is over, no one may interfere with this sacred battle. As soon as the declaration was made, the bodies of the dead exploded, creating a blood-red wall. With that, a thick smile appeared on Ulthaltus's face. It was a clear expression of delight. However, in contrast, Alon's face remained utterly emotionless. But, I want to go home. Behind his impassive face, Alon was trembling with desperate fear. No matter how many times he reminded himself, the reason Alon came to the north was to kill the outer god Ulthaltus standing before him. For that, Alon had prepared everything he needed to face the god ever since hearing of the god's awakening. Now all that remained was to carry it out. Yet despite being fully prepared, Alon's mind was filled with fear from the overwhelming pressure emanating from the god, far beyond his imagination. Stay calm. Even though he had taken the elixir of exceptionality, which was supposed to stabilize his mental state, Alon barely managed to soothe his restless heart, but unlike his emotionless face, his heart began to pound uncontrollably. It wasn't just the instinctive pressure the god exuded. There was one thing that differed from his expectations. Why has the manifestation process advanced so much already? All outer gods, once they descend, take time to adapt to reality and eventually complete the process of becoming a wise god. Ulthultus should have been no different. And yet, despite this, Ulthultus's manifestation had progressed faster than expected. Though there should have been about a month remaining, the outer god before him was already close to becoming a complete wise god. It was clear to see. This rapid progress in manifestation was a factor Alon had not anticipated. The closer a god gets to becoming a wise god, the stronger they become. But more curious still, O noble one who bloomed amid savagery, why do you know of our pact, though you are not of this era? As Alon swallowed dryly, recalling that point, Ulthultus questioned him. However, Alon no longer had the luxury to respond leisurely to his words. Can I do this? Countless doubts and confusion filled his mind. Ulthultus, who had become far stronger than expected, was shaking the resolve that Alon had barely maintained with potions, but he soon shook off the negativity. From the moment he had reached this point, Alon knew there was only one path left for him to walk. As Alon sorted through his confusion and fell into silence, Ulthultus, still in high spirits, smiled broadly and spoke. If you don't wish to speak, so be it. You have the right. Then let us begin the sacred duel. As the giant's smile deepened, he raised his arm. The duel of Babylonia. Ulthultus began to step toward Alon. With each step the ground, stained with ash and blood, echoed with noise and left footprints, yet Alon made no move. He simply stood there, waiting for the being before him. And then, thud! Even when Ulthultus reached him with a massive sound and raised his fist, Alon remained silent, merely watching. From a distance, curious voices of the living began to rise, but Alon maintained his silence, observing the giant's actions. The reason was simple. The rules. To flee or move in this situation would violate the rules of the great Babylonian duel, which had existed in the forgotten age of gods. There were only two rules in the Babylonian duel. 1. The attacker and defender take turns, and the defender cannot move. 2. The one who requested the duel must yield the first attack. This turn-based style of duel meant that if Alon moved even a single step, the significance would be lost. Moreover, doing so would strip him of the chance to deal with the outer god before him. Without the restrictions of the duel, there would be no way for him to kill this god, who could effortlessly slaughter even master knights in a single strike. In other words, this duel was the only means for Alon to impose restrictions that would allow him to win. Fixation. Thus, the only thing Alon could do in this moment was defend. Muttering under his breath, a sphere appeared before Alon. Condensation. The condensed sphere focused on his left arm. Reinforcement. With the words muttered, the condensed energy in his left arm began to emit a deep light. Intensification. As he finished speaking and sealed the final gesture, Ulthultus, still smiling broadly, drew back his fist. Muscles pulled back like a ballista. The gathered force began to concentrate in the drawn fist. Alon knew this technique well, because he had seen it before. With 1 second, it could shatter the ground. With 5 seconds, it could break the sky. With 10 seconds, it could overturn the world. This was the song of destruction. And then, truly impressive. Feeling great joy in following the rules of Babylonia, Ulthultus smiled as everyone around them wore expressions of shock. Even though they didn't fully understand, they instinctively realized. The force in the outer god's hand was far from ordinary. At the very moment when everyone's gaze converged. O honorable one who understands the nobility of the duel. The fist was swung. With a deafening roar, everything was swept away. The ground burst open as if its shell had shattered. The air vibrated, creating a rough explosion sound. The world within the range of his punch momentarily became a vacuum. And then, boom! Following the delayed, ear-splitting explosion, gray dust scattered in all directions. This is unbelievable. They could see it. The world utterly obliterated, with nothing left where Althaltus's fist had struck. A massive cone-shaped crater formed in the ground, and the gray sky cracked open, allowing a purple sunset to cast its light over the land. Overwhelming power. As the living, who had been staring blankly at Althaltus standing against the sunset, began to feel a mixture of despair and awe. The Count, he's still alive. What do you mean? Everyone's gaze shifted toward the conical space at the murmuring of one night. And then, unbelievable. Along with the knight's low curse, they all saw it. Count Palacio, drenched in blood, was standing up. The Count's condition was far from normal. His right arm hung limply, unable to exert any strength, and the blood pouring from his body seemed to signal that his death was drawing near. Yet despite such circumstances, Alon stood firm, staring straight at the giant without a trace of emotion. As the lotus-shaped pendant around the Count's neck turned to ashes and vanished. The conditions have all been met. The Count's voice echoed. I invoke the oath. The ring of the arrogant one is an item that, like the oath he originally acquired, grants power in exchange for a price. The difference in the game is that the item you obtain varies depending on whether the protagonist's class is a mage or another profession. There are two other differences. One is that unlike the oath he originally used, the ring offers 4 oaths at once. The other is that, unlike the original oath, the ring's activation condition is that the wearer must be in a near-death state. Thus, all the conditions were met. He had intentionally drawn the outer god into a duel with restrictions. He had blocked out most of the pain with the potion of Leviathan. He had used the one-time artifact he acquired before stopping at Caliban, the pendant of reincarnation, which ensured survival no matter how grievously injured to withstand the god's attack. He had obsessively reinforced only his left hand, holding onto the recovery potion to force it into his mouth. And with that, he fulfilled the conditions for the oath. I shall perform it. In the frozen moment of time, Alon, having completed the oath, looked ahead. Before him stood the giant, filled with great joy, arms spread wide, unmoving. As if waiting for Alon's attack, the giant did not move an inch. Alon staggered, stretching out his unscathed left hand. It took so long to prepare the potion of Leviathan, and without it, I wouldn't have even been able to stand. A reflection uttered amidst the dull pain. Even after taking the pain-suppressing potion of Leviathan and forcing the highest-grade recovery potion into his mouth, Alon's body was still broken. Unless it was an elixir, his body couldn't be instantly healed. But for now, being able to lift his left hand was enough. The giant, who revered duels, had reached the pinnacle of savagery and gained honor, would neither interfere with nor avoid Alon's attack, no matter how long it took to prepare that attack. Who? As Alon watched the magical aura spiral upward from his raised hand, twisting into a vortex, he recalled the oath he had just made and smiled faintly behind his expressionless face. The nature of the oath, requiring a great sacrifice in exchange for greater power, had made his restrictions even more severe than originally planned. Althaltus had grown stronger due to his rapid manifestation, exceeding Alon's expectations. However, now Alon was certain. This strike would reach the outer god. Crack! As the spiral of electricity began to twist with a bizarre sound, Alon muttered under his breath and recalled the 4 oaths. Refraction. The first oath, to twist the laws of the world when using magic on this frozen earth. Point to the second oath, to twist the laws of the world when using magic in a near-death state. Condensation. The third oath, to twist the laws of the world when facing a god with magic. Annihilation. The fourth oath, to twist the laws of the world when facing the great dual god Ulthultus with magic. Alon looked ahead. Before him, a massive line of red lightning had formed. Thin and long, illuminated by the purple light of the setting sun, it gleamed a deep crimson. The gray magic flowing from the bracelet on his left hand enveloped the red line of lightning like smoke. In the eyes of the knights and soldiers, Alon's figure stood against the backdrop of the sunset. In the eyes of Deus and Pina, two eyes appeared behind Alon, etched into the sunset. With that line of silence, as Alon murmured, a blinding white flash shot toward the smiling giant. Boom! The gray land briefly regained the appearance of a pure white snowfield. Chapter 31. The dazzling flash that had reclaimed the snowy white expanse, capturing everyone's gaze, lasted only for a fleeting moment. As the brief instant passed, the snowfield, leaving behind only dust and a snowstorm, returned once again to its ashen state. All fell silent, a silence so profound that even the smallest breath felt forbidden. Only the faint sound of crumbling gravel and dust filled the space, as the living gazed upon Alon with varied expressions. The soldier's eyes were filled with awe. The knight's eyes were filled with hope. However, Alon, the one receiving these gazes of awe and hope, merely maintained a blank expression. To be more precise, please, please, please. He was praying fervently. He sincerely wished that with this strike, the outer god would be annihilated. But, with a low murmur of regret from someone nearby, Alon realized that his prayer had not reached the heavens. A giant stood there, arms raised triumphantly, facing the sunset with an expression of joy. A massive hole pierced through his chest. Impressive. A low voice. The sight of the giant, smiling brightly despite his heart being pierced, filled both the soldiers and knights with a reverence that transcended fear. But for Alon, it was a feeling of endless despair. It's over. His attack had indeed succeeded in delivering a direct hit to Ulthultus. However, the problem was that it had only destroyed the heart, rather than obliterating the entire body. Was my firepower insufficient? Objectively speaking, for someone who had only recently reached the third tier of magic, the fact that he could even muster this level of firepower was due to various factors. Among them, the constraints played a significant role. The use of Babylonian phrases and beastly power were clear restrictions, but this time, the constraints he had placed were even more limited. In fact, designating a species or specific enemy in a constraint amplifies the pure power of magic by over 100% and 200%, respectively, even in games. Additionally, the time spent on incantation, which normally would be impossible for an offensive spell, had extended to dozens of seconds, allowing him to produce this level of firepower only because the opponent could not avoid the attack. By preparing auxiliary magic that sets the coordinates during the spell's initiation, allowing for an even higher level of firepower, he had finally been able to unleash such a powerful spell. In short, the magic from a moment ago was Alon's strongest and only trump card at this point in time. Thus, with this attack having failed, Alon's defeat was inevitable. His attack had indeed destroyed the outer god's heart, but destroying just the heart wouldn't make the outer god vanish. As if to prove this, Ulthultus stood proudly in the same spot, still smiling broadly. His body was covered in burn marks, and there was a gaping hole in his chest, but that majestic smile remained. Ah, I see, so you were still holding onto your will. Muttering words that only Alon could hear, the giant spoke in cryptic tones, causing Alan to drop the hands that had been clasped together in a seal. Even at this moment, the effects of the highest-grade potion continued to restore his body. Though his body was still uncomfortable, it had recovered enough for him to move around, but that meant little. Alan, who had exhausted all the magic in his bracelet due to the recent spell, no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Because of this, his expressionless face concealed a gloomy mood as he raised his gaze with some doubt at Ulthaltus' next words. At that moment he saw it. Ulthaltus' body was slowly beginning to disappear. Reflecting the light of the setting sun, the giant started vanishing from his feet upwards, and Alan wore a bewildered expression. Is he disintegrating? The thought flickered briefly in his mind, but Alan quickly shook his head. He had never seen an outer god's dissolution happen in such a manner. The moment of confusion passed. Impressive, noble one. I never imagined you would even carry rank within you. Though Alan was confused by the outer god's words, he continued to listen. Boom! With a great smile, Ulthaltus sat down heavily, propping his chin on his hand before speaking again. Noble one, though we exchanged blows but once, it was truly magnificent. Indeed, the black one and the blue one have chosen well. Alan, perplexed by the sudden voice in his head and the mysterious words, felt a surge of questions. Of course, his face remained expressionless, showing no sign of his inner thoughts, so Ulthaltus continued speaking. Since I have lost the duel, I shall give you a gift. I shall also bestow you with authority. With a grin. Remember us, the ones who retain the mystery and legacy of the forgotten great god. By this point, nearly half of Ulthaltus' body had disappeared, and his disintegration seemed to be accelerating. Yet, he smiled even more warmly and spoke again. When the usurpers crawl out from their restraints, summon me. Call upon my true name instead of the false derogatory titles they have spread. He continued, for you have earned that right. And then, call me. With those final words, the god of chaos and disorder, the accessory tied to the outer god's waist dropped to the ground, and he vanished completely, leaving behind only a lingering smile filled with expectation. Alan, having witnessed the outer god's complete disappearance, stared blankly at the accessory left behind. Bathed in the light of the setting sun, he expressionlessly gazed at the spot where the outer god had vanished. This sight caught the attention of the soldiers and knights. As the living observed, reverence spread among them. After the giant vanished, the once bitterly cold land, which had been filled with the voices of the dead, became silent, with only the sharp wind filling the void. The restless undead, unable to die, had finally found peace, and the living began to gather and sort the remains of the fallen. About a day later, having accomplished their mission of capturing the outer god, the expedition began to move once again, heading back to Caliban. About 2 days after that, as Alan was returning with the knights, just as he had when he came to the north, 3 significant changes had occurred. Salute. The first was that nearly every knight now saluted Alan when they looked at him. While the relationship between wizards and knights had never been particularly bad, there was still a degree of rivalry, especially since wizards, who were more akin to scholars, differed from those who used magic purely for combat. Though their relationship had been somewhat distant, there had never been this level of mutual respect. However, despite all this, whenever Alan simply walked outside the carriage or tent, he would receive salutes from everyone around, regardless of which group the soldiers or knights belonged to. This was the first significant change that had occurred to Alan. The second. Viced our master. Yes. I just have something I want to ask. Whatever it is, please ask. Penia's misunderstanding had somehow become strangely more intense. Alan, seeing her trembling like a leaf the moment he spoke to her, wore a troubled expression and spoke. "I think you're misunderstanding something." "I'm not misunderstanding at all. You're a second-tier mage, aren't you?" Penia exaggerated, her voice shaking as her eyes trembled slightly, looking pitiful. But apart from that, Alan started to feel slightly disheartened. "I'm a third tier." "Oh, that's right. You're a third-tier mage. I must have been mistaken." Penia nodded furiously at Alan's calm, though somewhat indignant voice. "But why does the Vice-Tower Master of the Blue Tower speak so respectfully to someone who's just third tier?" "Oh, is that so? Maybe I should start speaking informally." Penia, who now spoke like a broken doll, tried to use informal speech, causing Alan to sigh. "Just do whatever is comfortable for you." "I understood, thank you." Penia immediately returned to polite speech, bowing her head gratefully. As Alan received her thanks for allowing her to continue using honorifics, he felt like some kind of cruel mastermind and soon spoke. "By any chance, do you know anything about the black one and the blue one?" "No, I don't know anything." "Really?" "Yes, really, I know nothing at all." Penia shook her head vigorously, as if she genuinely knew nothing. "If you know anything, just tell me." "I really don't know. I've never seen anything black or blue." Her quick response left Alan speechless, wondering if she had even thought about it. Realizing he wouldn't get any useful information from her, he nodded. "Well then, I'll be off." As she practically ran away, her mouth curved into a strange smile, as if escaping from the conversation brought her immense joy. Watching Penia run off, Alan felt oddly hurt. Along with Penia running into the distance, Alan noticed a mage watching her with reverent eyes. Alan recalled the keywords uttered by the outer god. The black one, the blue one, the sign and mystery of the forgotten great god, the rank, the air of will and authority. The only thing Alan could deduce from this was one thing. The air of the forgotten god's sign and mystery is definitely something I heard when I placed the restriction through the ring, but other than that, I don't know anything. Alan absent-mindedly touched his head. In truth, there were many things he couldn't understand. While it was fortunate, he still didn't grasp why the outer god who shouldn't have perished had been destroyed by that attack. And that wasn't all. He couldn't comprehend what Ulthaltus meant by the black one and the blue one, nor did he understand what rank referred to. "If the only rank I know in this world is divine rank, but it can't be that, can it?" Alan was also baffled by the true name Ulthaltus had revealed, God of Chaos and Disorder. That name felt too foreign, more suited to an Eastern deity than the northern barbarian god he knew, which left him confused. "Perhaps I'll understand if I go there." Alan pulled out the accessory from his robe. It was the leather ornament with 3 amethysts arranged in a row that had belonged to the outer god, Ulthaltus, the god of chaos and disorder. In the game, this was an item obtained after defeating him, and its effect was to double the user's damage output exactly. However, when equipped, the damage received was also doubled, which led players to call it the glass cannon belt. As Alan looked at the inside of the ornament, he soon saw a sentence inscribed there. "To the heir of the will, head to the ancient city of Kahara." Seeing these letters, which shouldn't have existed on the belt originally, Alan easily deduced that this was the gift left behind by the outer god and began to think. Getting there won't be difficult. The ancient city of Kahara, as the name suggests, no longer exists in the current era. However, Alan had a rough idea of its location. That's because, in the game, it was one of the secret dungeons that players could enter once they arrived at the colony. So, as Alan was making his way back to the carriage while looking at the belt's inscription, "Were you here?" "Ah, Deus." He noticed Deus, who had at some point started following him, his expression as blank as ever. Watching Deus, who appeared as unchanging as usual, Alan felt slightly uncomfortable. That's because Deus was the third major change Alan experienced after returning to Caliban. Of course, from the outside, it didn't seem like Deus had changed all that much. He seemed to carry himself with a bit more tension, but even that was barely noticeable, with no significant outward difference. Still, the reason Alan felt slightly uneasy was, "Count, what is it? Shall I kill the Vice-Dower Master?" "Why?" "She spoke informally to you, Count." Deus had become more aggressive in expressing his respect after that day, which made Alan uncomfortable. "There's no need for that." Understood. Though it wasn't obvious, Deus appeared somewhat disappointed by Alan's response, leaving Alan with a strange expression. "Well then, Count. What now? Shall I make an example out of a couple of wizards?" "What's wrong with you?" Alan felt a wave of dizziness. Chapter 32. A little over 2 weeks had passed. Although progress was slower than expected due to the wounded soldiers, they finally arrived at Curtum, the capital of Caliban, to be met with the citizens' enthusiastic cheers. Wherever he looked, Alan saw people with bright expressions, proudly cheering. Led by Deus, the knights and soldiers were welcomed into the royal palace, where they reported the subjugation of the outer god, marking the end of the expedition. Alan, without hesitation, prepared to leave once again. For him, there was no longer any reason to stay in Caliban after the outer god had been eradicated. "I've received plenty of gifts," he thought with a satisfied expression as he glanced at the carriage. The carriage was loaded with numerous gifts, courtesy of the quick-witted king of Caliban, who sought to strengthen their friendship. Alan, gazing contentedly at the slightly excessive gifts, soon spoke to Deus. "Well, see you next time." As he turned to leave, offering a typical Korean farewell akin to, "Let's have a meal sometime," Deus, for the first time, suddenly asked a question. "May I ask you something?" Alan, who was about to turn away, paused. "What is it?" Having spent about a month with Deus, from the northern expedition to their return to the capital, Alan had never heard such a direct question from him before. Usually, Deus only expressed his deepening respect without much inquiry. Alan patiently waited for him to speak. After a moment of silence, Deus finally asked, "Can I become stronger too?" Alan was briefly taken aback by the unexpected question, especially since Deus was already quite strong. Alan pondered what could have prompted such a question, then reached a conclusion. "Perhaps it's because the magic I used in battle against the outer god left a strong impression, increasing his respect for me." After concluding his thoughts, Alan spoke. "Of course, you can become stronger." "Really?" "Yes, as long as you put in the effort, you can achieve anything you desire." "Is that true?" "Yes, it's true," Alan replied, puzzled by Deus's sudden eagerness. He wasn't lying. In fact, Deus, like the rest of the 5 sins, already had extraordinary innate abilities even before the descent of the gods. In Deus's case, even without using his unique abilities, he could become a swordmaster with sheer skill. Given that he'd reached this level in just 1 year, it was only a matter of time before he became even stronger. Reflecting on these facts made Alan feel a tinge of envy for the sheer talent standing before him. It would have been nice if I could have been reborn with a more talented body," Alan thought briefly before continuing. "So don't worry," he added. "Understood," Deus replied. "Then I'll be on my way." "Wait, may I ask you one more thing?" "What is it now?" Alan asked, hesitating mid-turn. "Why do you always ask instead of command?" Alan, momentarily confused by the question, tried to piece together what Deus might be getting at. Does he think there's some hidden motive behind my support? Though there was indeed a reason, preventing the descent of the 5 sins, Alon's financial and material support for them had been primarily out of goodwill, aside from the larger threat of the five sins. While there was some tension related to the five sins, his actions were still rooted in genuine goodwill. However, Deus's suspicion seemed to undermine the sincerity of his intentions, which made Alon feel slightly wronged. "Who would issue orders to family?" Alon replied, hoping to convey his sincerity with his parting words. With that, he said his final farewell to Deus and departed for Asteria in his carriage. That night, Deus sat in the office of the mansion, staring blankly at the moon hanging in the sky, maintaining a silent vigil. A quiet sigh escaped him, but the reason for his sigh was not the various tasks on his desk or the work he had to handle in the future. Instead, it was because he had come face to face with his own ignorance during the recent expedition. Deus had always believed he was strong enough. His innate ability, passed down through his lineage, was so powerful that even Yusha had praised it. Moreover, his talent with the sword, a gift bestowed upon him by the great moon, surpassed even Caliban's greatest swordmaster, Reinhardt. Deus was fully aware of this. In fact, he couldn't not know. The countless praises and reverence he received as he swiftly rose to become a master knight made it impossible for him to be unaware of his own strength. Thus, he had vaguely assumed that the strength he possessed was enough to exact revenge on the Black Ones. Even if that strength was slightly lacking, he believed his talent with the sword would eventually be sufficient to elevate him to that level. At least, until he encountered the outer god. To Deus, the very presence of the outer god and its overwhelming strength was a profound shock. Merely standing before it, he felt his throat tighten, as if gripped by fear. It made him realize in the most painful way that he was just a frog in a well, ignorant of the vast world beyond. This realization hit him even harder when he witnessed the power of the great moon. He couldn't help but recall that moment. The image of the great moon using magic against the outer god, with the sunset as a backdrop, and the two eyes that appeared behind him. Of course, Deus had no idea what those eyes were. All he could discern was that each eye represented a different entity, and the great moon was utilizing their power. However, Deus instinctively understood one crucial thing just from looking at those eyes. That was something that shouldn't be perceived, and even the mere attempt to understand it was forbidden. Though it was the first time he'd seen it, this understanding was imprinted in his mind as naturally as if it had always been there. Just like the fact that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, or that all life born eventually dies, the notion that this knowledge should not be pursued became an undeniable truth in his mind. Reflecting on this, Deus suddenly felt a sense of shame. Unlike Penia, who only saw Alon's strength, Deus hadn't even realized the true power of the great moon. In fact, Deus had thought the great moon was weak. In his eyes, the only thing he could sense from the great moon was a faint amount of magic power, but that was merely Deus's ignorance. While Deus had frozen in place, unable to resist the outer god, the great moon had stood calmly in front of it and battled it head-on, eventually annihilating it. Deus had followed the great moon, determined to repay a favor, but instead of repaying that debt, he had only ended up receiving more help, just like before. No, this can't go on. Deus once again recalled the thought that had crossed his mind repeatedly since returning to Caliban after defeating the outer god. However, despite having the same thought dozens of times, it had never developed into something more. That was because of doubt about himself. Having witnessed the outer god and now deeply respecting the great moon, to whom he owed his life, Deus began to doubt whether he could ever reach that level. Despite knowing that his talent was exceptional, the overwhelming power displayed by the outer god and the great moon crushed any confidence he had in his abilities. And so, until today, Deus had been trapped in a cycle of self-doubt, repeatedly asking himself the same question without arriving at an answer. But today, Deus was finally able to end the doubt he had been grappling with for weeks. Of course, you can become stronger. Yes, as long as you put in the effort, you can achieve anything you desire. Really, it's true. He recalled the words Alan had spoken to him today. There had been no particular emotion in those words, but at the same time, there was no hesitation. Alan had immediately said that Deus had the talent to defeat the Black Ones, that he could reach that level if he worked hard enough. That statement, uttered without the slightest hesitation, was enough to give Deus an unwavering certainty. I must become stronger. Deus clenched his fist tightly. More. For the first time, his once stagnant thoughts began to advance. The vague desire for revenge against the Black Ones was now becoming more concrete, spurred by newfound certainty. Those concrete thoughts quickly multiplied, branching off into dozens of other ideas. Thus, for the first time, the frog in the well, having gained the conviction to venture into the outside world, began to prepare. Strong enough to become his sword. Motivated by a new purpose. Family. He clung to the warmth of that single word, the recognition that the great moon had last bestowed upon him, which alone, when thought of, filled his heart with warmth. With this as his talisman, Deus truly began his journey forward. The blue moonlight shone down on Deus as he sat in the dark office. A moment later, still silent, Deus recalled that moment and instinctively raised his left hand forward. Back then it was like this, wasn't it? Just as Alan had done when facing the outer god, Deus extended his middle and ring fingers, releasing a bit of magic to scan the surroundings for any presence. First line of silence. He quietly muttered the words in the empty room, his left hand twitching slightly. Of course, nothing happened. But even though he was alone in the room, mimicking Alan's actions, Deus couldn't help but feel a mixture of slight embarrassment and satisfaction. He adjusted his posture once again, thinking briefly to himself, it would have been nice to have as much talent in magic as he does. At that moment, my lord. Yes. I've noticed you seem to really enjoy sweet potatoes from time to time. They're delicious. Alan responded to Evan's comment while roasting sweet potatoes by the fire. Ahem. Indeed, the sweet potatoes were truly delicious. It was late at night, about a month later, when Alan finally arrived at Count Palacio's estate. That was exhausting. It had been about 3 months since his last return, and Alan couldn't help but mutter a brief reflection. Truth be told, nothing significant had occurred since he left Caliban. The only thing that had been mildly annoying was Evan's unceasing curiosity about Alan's powers, resulting in near-daily questions. Beyond that, the only notable development was the growing rumor among the kingdoms that Count Palacio had played a major role in capturing the outer god in Caliban. Having concluded his long journey, Alan was ready to rest. Although his return to the Count's estate from Caliban had occupied most of his focus, there were now several matters he needed to investigate. He had to visit Colony and figure out more about the Black Ones and the Blue Ones, and he needed to understand why the outer god had appeared and why Ultultus possessed a true name. In other words, he had plenty of work ahead of him. But despite that, Alan chose to rest. After all, from the beginning, his goal had always been to enjoy a leisurely life as a noble. While his study of magic was enjoyable, its primary purpose was self-preservation rather than achieving something grand. In short, all of this effort was ultimately to ensure a peaceful life, and from Alan's perspective, it was only fitting to reward himself with some rest after the hardships he had endured. With that in mind, Alan planned to do nothing for about a week once he returned to the Count's estate. But first, He sat down in the office to quickly take care of the piled-up tasks in a single day. As he opened the letters from Yusha that he had yet to read, Alon suddenly froze. "What?" he muttered in a daze. "And for good reason." "Evan." "Yes." "How high of a rank is a cardinal in Rosario?" "A cardinal? Well, technically, they're just below the Pope or the Holy Saint. Why?" "Yusha has become a cardinal." "What?" Inside the letter was the shocking news that Yusha had become a cardinal of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. Chapter 33. On the early morning, when Alon received the letter that Yusha had become a cardinal, the regular meeting of the Blue Moon began. The Blue Moon meetings usually occur every 6 months. Given the distance between them, they mostly communicate through a crystal orb rather than meeting in person. However, even though the meetings were held every 6 months, they didn't last long. The meetings, conducted through the crystal orb made by Rhine, rarely lasted more than 10 minutes. Most of the time was taken up by Yusha, who led the discussions, or Xiaoreng, who interjected with her innocent remarks. In short, apart from these two, the other members would only say yes or no or give brief opinions when necessary. Otherwise, they wouldn't speak at all. Of course, Raiden or Rhine would occasionally exchange trivial everyday stories, but Deus mostly remained silent during the meetings. This was not only because Deus had nothing to say, but also because he was naturally a quiet person. Thus, no one expected it. When Xiaoreng innocently remarked, "Oh, I heard a rumor that the Great Moon has left. How was it to see him in person?" None of them anticipated that this would extend their usual 10-minute meeting to over 30 minutes. Up to that point, the 5 great sins attending the meeting were quite intrigued. Not because Deus was delivering a praise-filled speech about the Great Moon, but because they were surprised that Deus could even speak that much. However, the Great Moon stood before the otherworldly entity, Althaltus. When everyone was consumed by despair and fear, and even the Vice-Tower Master of the Blue Tower was blinded by terror, the Great Moon nonchalantly stepped forward and challenged the entity to a duel. Thinking back, it seemed like the Great Moon had been preparing magic since then. But that's not the important part. The moment when the entity faced the Great Moon. As Deus's speech surpassed the 30-minute mark, and almost an hour had passed, the others started feeling a growing sense of bewilderment. No one had imagined that this story could go on for so long. Now that I think about it, when the Great Moon departed— Wait, you're getting off track. Rhine tried to interrupt Deus, but— Just listen to this part. I'm telling a story about the Great Moon, aren't I? So where was I? Ah, yes, with Althaltus. Deus, completely absorbed in the story of the Great Moon, rewound the narrative to an earlier point, continuing his long speech. Rhine and Xiaoreng, both pleading with their eyes and magic through the vision, glanced at Yusha, hoping she would intervene, since she was the only one capable of stopping Deus. However, indeed, the Great Moon is truly exceptional. Yusha, rather than stopping him, seemed completely taken with the story herself, nodding and smiling with admiration. Realizing this, the others understood that the story would not be ending anytime soon. As expected, Deus's speech finally ended, an additional hour and 30 minutes later. At that moment, Rhine, Raiden, and Xiaoreng engraved in their minds the lesson that they should never ask Deus about the Great Moon again. And with that, the meeting came to an end. It was late into the dawn. The next day, Count, it seems that Yusha really has become a cardinal. Really? Yes, the Information Guild has also confirmed that Yusha is now one of the 8 cardinals of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. Hearing Evan's voice, Alon murmured to himself, a flood of question marks swirling in his head. Evan. Yes, my lord. Being a cardinal is a very high position in the Holy Kingdom, isn't it? That's right. As I mentioned before, cardinals are ranked just below the Pope, and they also have the authority to declare an outcall, which is quite significant. An outcall, to put it simply, they have the legal right to declare a holy war. Of course, there are some conditions that need to be met. At Evan's words, Alon let out a small gasp and after a moment of silence spoke again. Evan, yes, my lord. Is it possible to become a cardinal that easily? Are you seriously asking that? Looking at Alon with an expression that clearly questioned what kind of absurd question this was, Evan replied, I was just wondering, that's all. Of course, it's not something that comes easily. Aside from saints chosen directly by God, there are only 8 cardinals in the entire Holy Kingdom. Do you really think it would be easy? Alon nodded, but tilted his head slightly in confusion. How on earth did she manage it? It was Alon who had sent Yusha to the Holy Kingdom, knowing she had the talent of a devout believer. However, he never imagined that Yusha would become a cardinal of the Holy Kingdom in less than 2 years. He knew very well that the position of cardinal wasn't something one could achieve through piety alone. Thus, although Alon was perplexed by Yusha's current situation, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, when he thought about it rationally, Yusha's success in the Holy Kingdom wasn't a loss for him at all. In fact, it might even turn out to be quite a good thing. Could I finally have some real backing? There were already rumors spreading within Caliban that Count Palatio was a benefactor to Deus, one of the master knights of Caliban, but this situation was different. With Deus, he had barely exchanged a word once a day, and even sending a single letter was a rare event. On the other hand, Yusha was someone with whom he regularly exchanged letters every month and could easily ask for favors if necessary. The difference was substantial. Thus, while Alon outwardly remained expressionless, he inwardly felt quite satisfied, nodding to himself several times. Maybe some benefits will fall into my lap. He held on to a small sense of anticipation. About a week passed after that. As Alon originally planned, he returned to the Count's estate and enjoyed a peaceful life. Sleeping in late, toasting bread in the morning, and enjoying steak for dinner, this leisurely lifestyle brought him the most precious kind of happiness. However, that didn't mean he had spent the entire week doing nothing. Though he wished he could stop thinking entirely, Alon couldn't afford to be complacent, knowing that otherworldly beings had already descended once. If one had appeared, there was a possibility that others could also descend. In other words, the situation had become one where otherworldly beings might appear now that the 5 great sins had been sealed. Alon, rather than resisting, accepted the situation humbly. Though it had been a struggle in a way, it wasn't all bad. If the butterfly effect of him saving the 5 great sins had led to this, then having a few otherworldly beings show up was far better than the alternative of not stopping them and letting them destroy the kingdoms. At least the otherworldly beings would give some warning when they appeared, whereas the 5 great sins would descend like a bomb, leaving people no choice but to pray. In any case, fully aware that otherworldly beings could show up again, Alon spent the past week gathering information and studying magic. Alon let out a long sigh as he looked down at the ground. Unlike the solid parts of the training field, there was sticky mud dirtying his shoes. Did I finally succeed? Just as Alon realized that the magic he had been researching since returning from Caliban had finally worked. Count him, it's oddly cold in here, isn't it? Hearing Evan's bewildered voice as he entered the training field, Alon naturally turned his gaze toward him and spoke. Did you return? Yes. Did you find anything, any useful information? Alan asked with a hint of expectation, hoping for some answers about Ulthultus, the black and blue ones, or any other information. Nothing at all. Yes, they said they don't know anything about strange powers, the black or the blue ones. Hearing Evan's response, Alan clicked his tongue in disappointment and thought to himself, "Looks like I'll need to go to Colony for information." Recalling what was written on the artifact, Alan considered. Normally, it was more his style to search for clues on his own, rather than ask the Information Guild. However, he hadn't moved because the location of the old god city, Kahara, still hadn't been revealed at this point. I didn't consider this since you could always access it in the game after going to Colony. Clicking his tongue again in frustration, Alan shrugged his shoulders. If his faint memory of playing Psychedelia was correct, the location of Kahara would likely be discovered soon. If the lore is right, it should be this year, since it was discovered 3 years before the protagonist left the village. Recalling that this year was 3 years before the start of the original story, Alan concluded that he had no choice but to wait until then and nodded. Understood. I'll tell them to keep looking, just in case. Watching Alan nod briefly, Evan suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, by the way, my lord, you've received a gift." "A gift?" "Yes, it's been placed in your office. You should check it out." After hearing Evan's words, Alan returned to his office and found the gift waiting for him. Upon checking its contents, Alan couldn't help but let out a small exclamation. "Lo!" Without meaning to, he voiced his admiration. The reason for his surprise was that inside the gift box was a solid gold goblet encrusted with dazzling jewels. "If I sold just this one, I could easily buy a mansion or two," Evan muttered in shock, staring at the goblet. Alan, still processing the surprise, checked the name of the sender on the wrapping. The recipient's name was written in large, unmistakable letters, Baron Pirima. Why would he send this to me? Naturally, Alan didn't know who Baron Pirima was, so he tilted his head in confusion. However, perhaps the rumors have finally spread, Evan suggested. Rumors? Yes. After all, the rumor that you're the benefactor of Deus, one of the master knights of Caliban, has been circulating for a while. A gift this grand just for a connection? Alan asked, bewildered. But shortly after, he realized the truth. It's true. Upon checking the letter that came with the gift, Alan mumbled in surprise. The letter contained a brief introduction from Baron Pirima and flattering words praising Alan as Deus's benefactor. The Master Knights are quite famous, but to this extent. Alan still wore a perplexed expression. Sure, in the game, the Master Knights were always celebrated no matter where they appeared, but recalling a scene from the game where he had briefly traveled with Reinhardt, one of the Master Knights of Caliban, during a quest, Alan thought to himself, well, I suppose there could be a few people like this. With that thought in mind, and feeling quite satisfied, he nodded as he took the golden goblet. While the Count's estate wasn't in financial trouble, the more wealth, the better. Alan had plenty of experiences in his past life, where the amount of money you had could significantly impact the quality of your life. I'll keep this as a secret stash. Though Alan remained expressionless on the outside, inside, he was smiling with satisfaction as he gazed at the golden goblet. And the next day, "My lord," Evan called out. "What is it?" "Another gift has arrived, and this time there are 2 of them." "Two?" Once again, Alan received gifts from a noble he didn't know. This time, 2 rare artifacts, both just as valuable as the golden goblet he received the previous day. Wow, these artifacts come from the deep levels of the labyrinth. They must be incredibly expensive, Evan said in amazement, admiring the artifacts in Alan's hands. Though Alan appeared expressionless, Internally, he was beaming. Is this networking? As he looked at the letter praising both Deus and himself as Deus's benefactor, Alon smiled with satisfaction while gazing at the artifacts. With the wealth accumulated from these gifts, Alon realized that he could further elevate his already prosperous lifestyle in no time. The bitter memory of Deus not contacting him in the past was long forgotten. Deus, you're quite the dutiful one, aren't you? In Alon's mind, Deus had now become a model of filial piety. My lord, with all these gifts, we could even replace your carriage with a magic-engineered one. You'll need it for the upcoming Grand Council tournament in a few months, right? Evan suggested. That might not be a bad idea, Alon replied, smiling contentedly while holding the artifact. However, that was only temporary. The next day, my lord, another gift has arrived. Oh, the day after that. A gift, my lord. Oh, 3 days later. My lord, a gift has arrived. Ahem. Another week later. My lord, yet another gift. Ahem. And then, exactly 1 month later. My lord, another gift has arrived. There. Alon began to feel that something strange was going on. Chapter 34. In the northern lands, where the harsh cold and gray earth stretch endlessly, lies the place where a battle was recently fought between an outer god and the Count of Asteria. Now, it has become a field of countless graves, the final resting place of those the expedition couldn't retrieve. Clunk. Clad in a black sacred robe, with ominous black accessories jangling at his waist and hands. Though his face was hidden beneath a hood, he seemed to scan his surroundings. There. He twisted his mouth as if he didn't understand the situation. However, soon after, as he continued to glance around, a faint, amused smile crept onto his face. Interesting. His voice, strangely cheerful, was ill-suited for the gray landscape. It echoed, layered with multiple tones, making it unclear whether the speaker was a man or a woman. As he slowly surveyed the area, his gaze finally landed on the ground. It was the very place where the outer god had vanished, and where, through a rightful duel, Alon had landed his blow. Silently staring at the spot, he muttered, "Let's see how far this will go. Shall we watch?" With those cryptic words, he turned without hesitation, as if there was no more business to be done here. And so, the gray land, home only to graves, was left utterly desolate once more. 5 months had passed since gifts had been arriving endlessly at the Palacio County, and now the time had shifted from spring to the clear, warm days of summer. Though the breeze was warm, it was still more aptly described as pleasant than hot. At this time, when the flood of gifts accompanying Alon's magical studies was beginning to slow down, 2 major tasks arose for him. The first was the reappearance of the forgotten city of Kahara. After continuously seeking information from the guild, Alon had quickly obtained word that the lost city had been discovered in the desert. Though the guild's report only mentioned that explorers had found a hidden city, Alon, based on his prior knowledge, easily identified it as the forgotten city of Kahara. In other words, all that remained was to depart from the colony, and he could finally acquire the information he had sought. However, instead of heading to the desert city, Alon was currently traveling in the opposite direction, towards the capital of Asteria, Tyria. The reason for this was his second task, the Grand Assembly held every 3 years, which nobles were obligated to attend. "Are we there yet?" "We should be arriving soon," replied Evan, who was riding in the carriage with Alon, looking up at the sunny sky. "I hope we're not close. But if we push the pace any further, it'll be difficult." Alon nodded at Evan's words. The carriage, now speeding along an unpaved road, was moving unusually fast for such a vehicle. "I don't want the attention from arriving late." Calculating time poorly, Alon found himself in danger of arriving late to the Grand Assembly. Behind his expressionless face, he sighed deeply. He was tempted to abandon everything and turn the carriage back toward the colony, but unfortunately, that wasn't an option. Like the social gatherings he'd attended previously, the Grand Assembly was a mandatory event for all Asterian nobles, held once every 3 years. Why do such rules even exist? While Alon had looked through documents for a way to avoid attending, he knew the reason such regulations were in place. Is this a communist country? Oh, it's a monarchy, so maybe it is. Yet, knowing the reason for the rule didn't change his mind. He had no interest in joining Asteria's political factions, not before and certainly not now. Joining a political faction was essentially making enemies within the kingdom, something Alon had no desire for. Of course, making enemies could bring benefits, but none of those were things Alon wanted. Money, for instance, had become abundant due to his ever-grateful servant Deus. There was a time when receiving too many gifts felt burdensome, but now, things are quite comfortable. In any case, Alon saw no benefit to joining a faction given his current dreams, so he had stayed away from them from the start. Evan, there you can see the capital now. As if waiting for Alon's words, Evan quickly responded. Alon shifted his gaze outside the carriage and saw the capital of Asteria, Tyria, coming into view. Oh, Tyria's level of development was impressive, better than any other kingdom Alon had seen so far. Though he had only visited about 5 estates and one other capital, Caliban, the difference in development, aside from the size of the land, was not significant. As he gazed absent-mindedly at the view of the capital, there it is. Seeing the building for the Grand Assembly in the distance, Alon couldn't help but feel the same nervous anticipation as a university student running 10 minutes late for a lecture. His face tensed with anxiety at the thought. However, as soon as he entered the assembly hall, Alon tilted his head in confusion. Despite the fact that the meeting should have already started, a large number of nobles were still outside, casually socializing instead of entering the hall. What's going on? Alon briefly wondered but quickly dismissed the thought. Instead, he felt relieved that he wouldn't have to endure the cold stares of arriving late. He hurriedly stepped down from the carriage, eager to get inside. Soon after, phew! Evan, who had driven the carriage to the assembly in such a tight time frame, sighed with relief as he watched Alon. Alon, walking toward the Grand Assembly at a slightly hurried pace, seemed to be in a rush. However, to others, it might have simply appeared that his strides were naturally long. But Evan, who had been by Alon's side for over 7 years and approaching 8, could tell that Alon was in more of a hurry than he let on. Well, that's about the only thing I can figure out about him. Despite having spent many years with Alon, there were still many things Evan didn't know about him, which left him feeling a bit frustrated. Evan soon wore a puzzled expression. The nobles, who had been chatting amongst themselves just moments before, began following Alon into the assembly hall as he walked briskly ahead of them. Of course, this wasn't entirely unusual. It was possible that they had simply lost track of time while talking and only now realized they were running late. However, that wasn't the reason for Evan's confusion. Wait, are they all following the count? The nobles scattered near the Grand Assembly building weren't standing together. They had been spread out all over the place, from the stairs to the entrance. In other words, the nobles who realized they were late only needed to head for the entrance. But, no way is this really happening. Alon, too absorbed in his own thoughts about not wanting to be late and feeling relieved he didn't have to deal with the anxiety of a tardy university student, didn't seem to notice. But all the nobles were now walking in behind him. Clunk. There. When Alon finally reached the top of the stairs and entered the assembly, It looked as though he was leading all the nobles inside. Evan, watching from behind, could only stare in bewilderment. Meanwhile, as Alan entered the assembly hall, feeling relieved, he finally took in the view of the interior for the first time. It resembled the round shape of a parliamentary building he had seen on TV in his previous world. The only noticeable difference was that the seats were divided into three distinct sections, likely to separate the factions from one another. The left must be the royalists, and the right the nobles' faction. Alan glanced at the nobles seated on the left and right sides, before noticing the numerous empty seats in the middle. It seems like this is where the unaffiliated nobles sit, but are there really this many unaffiliated nobles? Alan's face showed confusion, but only for a moment. Realizing that eyes were gradually turning towards him, he instinctively moved to sit in the furthest seat at the back. However, as he turned his head in response to the gazes he felt from behind, he was startled. For there, staring directly at him, were the nobles. They were all looking at him with expressions that seemed to ask, "What are you doing right now? Wait, weren't all of you just outside?" With a bewildered expression, Alan started to move forward, intending to sit in a seat somewhere in the middle. La! Seeing the nobles still wearing those expressions of, "What exactly are you doing?" Alan finally realized why the nobles had been waiting outside the assembly hall despite the passage of time. Could it be because they didn't want to sit at the front? It was an almost ridiculous thought, something that had made sense back when he was a university student. Never having attended a grand assembly like this, either in the game or in real life, Alan had no choice but to sit at the point of the triangular seating arrangement, the spot clearly meant for the leader of a faction. As soon as Alan sat down, the sound of nobles following suit filled the hall, confirming his suspicion. "I can see why they wouldn't want to sit here." Alan subtly glanced to the sides, looking at the two faction leaders who were also seated at the points of the triangle, just like him. On one side was Duke Limgrave, leader of the royalist faction, and on the other side was Marquis Filbert, leader of the noble faction. They could be described as a gracefully aging middle-aged man and a middle-aged man weathered by the storms of life, but the aura they exuded was formidable. Of course, it wasn't magical energy. Rather, it was the gravitas of people who had led their factions for a long time, having faced countless trials. They're starring a lot. Just as Alan was coming to understand why the nobles avoided sitting at the front, the man in the center, who looked more like a clergyman than a noble, glanced at Alan and the other faction leaders and began to speak. "Let us now commence the Grand Assembly. I hope this ends quickly," Alan thought to himself as he turned his head. In doing so, he spotted Duke Altia seated behind him. She had been seated directly behind Alan, and unlike the last time he had seen her, she now radiated an aura of mystery and intrigue. "And before we begin the assembly, we would like to announce that the newly established faction, Kalfa, will now have voting rights in Asteria's Grand Assembly." It was one of those rumors that Alan had pushed to the back of his mind, convinced it was something that wouldn't matter in the long run. But now, he remembered, it was the day the faction of Lady Zenonia and Duke Altia was officially launching. "And now, Count Palacio, as the representative of the Kalfa faction, do you have anything to say?" "What?" At that moment, Alan realized that he had somehow become the leader of the shadowy faction created by Duke Altia and Lady Zenonia. Chapter 35. In the vast territory of Maltian, located south of the kingdom of Ashtalon, two men sat in the underground of the vast territory of Maltian, located south of the kingdom of Ashtalon. Two men sat in the underground of a massive mansion. One of them was Carmine, the third son of Duke Comelin, the owner of this mansion. The man standing before him wore a relaxed expression, despite facing Carmine, who was infamous as a tyrant and scoundrel. You're the agent, right? Carmen asked, as if confirming. The man with half-closed eyes smiled quietly, then, without a word, took out a quill from his pocket. At first glance, the quill didn't seem to possess any special power. However, soon a hum was heard, and the tip of the quill revealed an aura blade. With a light smile, the man raised his arm above his head, releasing the aura, and drew a line in the air. Despite being drawn in empty space, a dark line clearly lingered where the quill had passed. Carmine, watching this, soon realized that the line was seeping into the air, like ink bleeding through water. At the moment the black ink in the air disappeared, a sharp splatter echoed. Chwack. Blood burst out in the previously empty basement, and bodies which had not been visible before collapsed to the floor, their blood blossoming on the ground. There were 9 corpses in total. In a space that had been pristine just moments ago, the pungent scent of blood now filled the air, thanks to the man, who nonchalantly returned the quill to his chest pocket. It seems my answer should be clear now. What do you think? The man grinned mischievously. Carmen, who had momentarily appeared dazed, suddenly smiled grimly. Indeed, a swordmaster with such a unique ability, as expected, you're one of the agents. Your level is on another plane. Though his subordinates had been slaughtered in a single strike, Carmen showed no concern, instead expressing admiration. Thank you for the compliment, the agent responded with a smile. Satisfied, Carmen nodded. As I thought, this is the right answer. The agents. They were assassins operating out of the United Kingdoms. While their exact numbers were unknown, Carmine was certain that each member of the agents possessed enough skill to be considered at the level of a swordmaster. Their service fees were exorbitant, and they were selective in accepting contracts, but once a job was taken, it had never failed. Now let's get straight to the point, said the agent. Without hesitation, Carmine responded, I want you to kill a noble. Which noble? Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom. At this, the agent paused briefly, deep in thought, before replying, I'm afraid that particular contract will be a bit difficult. A blunt refusal. But Carmine had anticipated this response to some extent, so he continued. Is it an issue with the payment? Indeed, as you're well aware, our fees are quite high. Moreover, there would be additional costs involved with Count Palacio. So you're saying that if I pay the fee, you'll be able to kill Count Palacio. We've never failed any contract we accepted, whether it was to take the head of a noble, Pizig, or even the head of royalty for that matter. The agent's overwhelming confidence was apparent in his words. Carmen then responded, I will pay. I'm afraid the fee we charge will be quite burdensome for you. True, if it's only money that might be tough, but… Carmine, with a confident smile, pulled something from his chest and presented it. How about this? What Carmine held was a black cube. A cube so dark it seemed capable of absorbing even light itself, resembling the abyss. Interest flickered in the agent's eyes as he observed it. It's not abyssal jade, but an abyssal core. Yes, Carmine confirmed with a nod. The agent silently stared at the item for a moment. Greed briefly flashed in his eyes, but after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head as if the answer was clear. It's certainly tempting, but even an abyssal core alone. The agent spoke as if genuinely disappointed. However, what if it were 3 abyssal cores? At Carmen's following words, the agent fell silent. And then, are you sure? Of course. Hefty. With a faint chuckle, the agent said, I'll complete the job as quickly as possible in return. With that, he vanished from the spot as if he had simply disappeared, leaving only the sharp scent of blood lingering in the air. Left alone, Carmen finally smiled broadly. At last. 5 months ago, after failing to exact revenge through Villain, Carmine had tirelessly sought ways to exact his revenge, though he had repeatedly failed. Rumors had spread that Deus Macallion, one of the master knights of Caliban, was deeply connected with Count Palacio. And the more the revenge was delayed, the more Carmine's hatred for Elan grew, almost like an obsession. It was no longer a rational emotion, but an irrational and intense loathing. Because of that excessive hatred, he had consumed far more abyssal cores than necessary, leaving himself in a precarious position with his father. Yet despite that, Carmine was still smiling wickedly. "Did you really think you could ignore me and live comfortably? That will never happen, not ever." His twisted inferiority complex and misery had turned into hatred, now directed toward Elan. For some reason, a sentence that felt like it belonged in the title of a web novel from another world passed through his mind. "I accidentally became the leader of a group formed by a shadowy alliance. Do you have anything to say?" Unaware of Elan's complicated feelings, the moderator asked another question. Elan, however, wanted to ask back. "What, me? The leader of a group created by a shadowy alliance? It seems you have nothing to add, so we will move on." Before Elan could voice his confusion, the moderator smoothly continued, leaving the words stuck in his throat. Elan, desperately trying to understand the situation, shifted his gaze and looked toward Duke Altia. Nod. Unlike the young days he remembered, Duke Altia now exuded the aura of a shadowy figure, nodding confidently. Likewise, Lady Zenonia, no, now officially Countess Zenonia, who had held her succession ceremony after her father's death a few months ago, was also smiling beside him. Is this some kind of prank? The thought crossed Elan's mind, but he knew very well that this wasn't just a prank. As he continued to piece together the confusion, he finally understood the situation. He realized why the nobles had looked puzzled when he had sat down earlier, and why the two men sitting across from him, who had clearly been through many battles, were watching him with intense wariness. With this new understanding, Elan realized once again that he had truly become the leader of a shadow faction. Feeling a sudden dizziness, Elan instinctively held his head and tightly closed his eyes. About 2 hours later, the Grand Council meeting ended. Although a lot of discussions had taken place, Elan couldn't recall a single thing from the meeting. For Elan, the reason he had somehow become the leader of the Kalfa faction was far more important than the nobles' contradictory arguments. For 2 hours he struggled with this unsolvable riddle, and just as the meeting was coming to a close, a hypothesis dawned on him. Could it be that I'm just a puppet figurehead? It was the worst conclusion for him, but also highly plausible. However, after the Grand Council meeting ended, Elan found himself, as if entranced, being led to the banquet celebrating the birth of the Kalfa faction. And as the banquet began, and he had a three-way conversation with Countess Zenonia and Duke Altia, Elan quickly realized that his hypothesis was wrong. However, how about this? I think it's perfect now. From Elan's perspective, the situation was becoming more perplexing with every passing moment. At the words of Lady Zenonia, no, now Countess Zenonia, Elan couldn't easily bring himself to respond. To be precise, he couldn't respond. He had no idea what Countess Zenonia meant or what she was trying to say. It seems like it's been crafted just the way Count Palacio wanted. Elan felt as though he could throw dozens of question marks into the air after hearing Duke Altia's remark, as if to ask, me, what are you talking about? Of course, he still managed to maintain a stoic expression on the outside. Elan glanced between Duke Altia and Countess Zenonia. Their eyes were filled with a small sense of expectation, as if they were waiting for him to speak. Seeing their expressions, Alon began seriously wondering if he might have a split personality. He wasn't particularly close with either Duke Altia or Countess Zenonia. In fact, he had only met Duke Altia a few years ago, and all they exchanged were a few words. Even those few words weren't anything pleasant, as it was a negative conversation about rejecting Loria's plea for help at the time. Likewise, Alon wasn't particularly familiar with Countess Zenonia either. They had only met twice before, and during their second meeting, Alon had even issued an order to expel her from his manor. Realizing that he had been silent for too long, Alon finally opened his mouth to speak. "I see." In truth, he wanted to ask what in the world was going on, but Alon was perceptive enough to read the situation. It was clear that these two believed he had intentionally formed this faction. Asking what is going on here would likely only make things worse. For now, Alon decided it was best to gather as much information as possible to figure out where their misunderstandings were coming from. Once he had more details, he could work on resolving the issue. "However, I'm just glad I was able to repay you for saving my life." As soon as Alon affirmed them, Duke Altia followed up with this statement. Alon instinctively closed his eyes tightly. What in the world is going on? He screamed inwardly. A massive mansion. One of them was Carmen, the third son of Duke Comelin, the owner of this mansion. The man standing before him wore a relaxed expression, despite facing Carmen, who was infamous as a tyrant and scoundrel. "You're the agent, right?" Carmen asked, as if confirming. The man with half-closed eyes smiled quietly, then, without a word, took out a quill from his pocket. At first glance, the quill didn't seem to possess any special power. However, soon a hum was heard, and the tip of the quill revealed an aura blade. With a light smile, the man raised his arm above his head, releasing the aura, and drew a line in the air. Despite being drawn in empty space, a dark line clearly lingered where the quill had passed. Carmen, watching this, soon realized that the line was seeping into the air, like ink bleeding through water. At the moment the black ink in the air disappeared, a sharp splatter echoed. Chwack. Blood burst out in the previously empty basement, and bodies which had not been visible before collapsed to the floor, their blood blossoming on the ground. There were 9 corpses in total. In a space that had been pristine just moments ago, the pungent scent of blood now filled the air, thanks to the man, who nonchalantly returned the quill to his chest pocket. "It seems my answer should be clear now. What do you think?" The man grinned mischievously. Carmen, who had momentarily appeared dazed, suddenly smiled grimly. "Indeed, a swordmaster with such a unique ability, as expected, you're one of the agents. Your level is on another plane." Though his subordinates had been slaughtered in a single strike, Carmen showed no concern, instead expressing admiration. "Thank you for the compliment," the agent responded with a smile. Satisfied, Carmen nodded. "As I thought, this is the right answer." The agents. They were assassins operating out of the United Kingdoms. While their exact numbers were unknown, Carmen was certain that each member of the agents possessed enough skill to be considered at the level of a swordmaster. Their service fees were exorbitant, and they were selective in accepting contracts, but once a job was taken, it had never failed. "Now let's get straight to the point," said the agent. Without hesitation, Carmen responded, "I want you to kill a noble." "Which noble?" "Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom." At this, the agent paused briefly, deep in thought, before replying, "I'm afraid that particular contract will be a bit difficult." A blunt refusal. But Carmen had anticipated this response to some extent, so he continued, "Is it an issue with the payment?" "Indeed, as you're well aware, our fees are quite high. Moreover, there would be additional costs involved with Count Palacio. So you're saying that if I pay the fee, you'll be able to kill Count Palacio? We've never failed any contract we accepted, whether it was to take the head of a noble, Pizig, or even the head of royalty for that matter. The agent's overwhelming confidence was apparent in his words. Carmen then responded, "I will pay. I'm afraid the fee we charge will be quite burdensome for you. True, if it's only money, that might be tough, but—" Carmen, with a confident smile, pulled something from his chest and presented it. "How about this?" What Carmen held was a black cube. A cube so dark it seemed capable of absorbing even light itself, resembling the abyss. Interest flickered in the agent's eyes as he observed it. It's not abyssal jade, but an abyssal core." "Yes," Carmen confirmed with a nod. The agent silently stared at the item for a moment. Greed briefly flashed in his eyes, but after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head as if the answer was clear. It's certainly tempting, but even an abyssal core alone." The agent spoke as if genuinely disappointed. "However, what if it were 3 abyssal cores?" At Carmen's following words, the agent fell silent. And then, "Are you sure?" "Of course." "Hefty." With a faint chuckle, the agent said, "I'll complete the job as quickly as possible in return." With that, he vanished from the spot as if he had simply disappeared, leaving only the sharp scent of blood lingering in the air. Left alone, Carmen finally smiled broadly. At last. 5 months ago, after failing to exact revenge through Villan, Carmen had tirelessly sought ways to exact his revenge, though he had repeatedly failed. Rumors had spread that Deus Macallion, one of the master knights of Caliban, was deeply connected with Count Palacio. And the more the revenge was delayed, the more Carmen's hatred for Alan grew, almost like an obsession. It was no longer a rational emotion, but an irrational and intense loathing. Because of that excessive hatred, he had consumed far more abyssal cores than necessary, leaving himself in a precarious position with his father. Yet despite that, Carmen was still smiling wickedly. "Did you really think you could ignore me and live comfortably? That will never happen, not ever." His twisted inferiority complex and misery had turned into hatred, now directed toward Alan. For some reason, a sentence that felt like it belonged in the title of a web novel from another world passed through his mind. "I accidentally became the leader of a group formed by a shadowy alliance. Do you have anything to say?" Unaware of Alan's complicated feelings, the moderator asked another question. Alan, however, wanted to ask back. "What, me, the leader of a group created by a shadowy alliance?" It seems you have nothing to add, so we will move on." Before Alan could voice his confusion, the moderator smoothly continued, leaving the words stuck in his throat. Alan, desperately trying to understand the situation, shifted his gaze and looked toward Duke Altia. Nod. Unlike the young days he remembered, Duke Altia now exuded the aura of a shadowy figure, nodding confidently. Likewise, Lady Zenonia, no, now officially Countess Zenonia, who had held her succession ceremony after her father's death a few months ago, was also smiling beside him. Is this some kind of prank? The thought crossed Alan's mind, but he knew very well that this wasn't just a prank. As he continued to piece together the confusion, he finally understood the situation. He realized why the nobles had looked puzzled when he had sat down earlier, and why the 2 men sitting across from him, who had clearly been through many battles, were watching him with intense wariness. With this new understanding, Alan realized once again that he had truly become the leader of a shadow faction. Feeling a sudden dizziness, Alan instinctively held his head and tightly closed his eyes. About 2 hours later, the Grand Council meeting ended. Although a lot of discussions had taken place, Alan couldn't recall a single thing from the meeting. For Alan, the reason he had somehow become the leader of the Kalfa faction was far more important than the nobles' contradictory arguments. For 2 hours, he struggled with this unsolvable riddle, and just as the meeting was coming to a close, a hypothesis dawned on him. Could it be that I'm just a puppet figurehead? It was the worst conclusion for him, but also highly plausible. However, after the Grand Council meeting ended, Alan found himself, as if entranced, being led to the banquet celebrating the birth of the Kalfa faction. And as the banquet began, and he had a three-way conversation with Countess Zenonia and Duke Altia, Alan quickly realized that his hypothesis was wrong. However, how about this? I think it's perfect now. From Alan's perspective, the situation was becoming more perplexing with every passing moment. At the words of Lady Zenonia, no, now Countess Zenonia, Alan couldn't easily bring himself to respond. To be precise, he couldn't respond. He had no idea what Countess Zenonia meant or what she was trying to say. It seems like it's been crafted just the way Count Palacio wanted. Alan felt as though he could throw dozens of question marks into the air after hearing Duke Altia's remark, as if to ask, me, what are you talking about? Of course, he still managed to maintain a stoic expression on the outside. Alan glanced between Duke Altia and Countess Zenonia. Their eyes were filled with a small sense of expectation, as if they were waiting for him to speak. Seeing their expressions, Alan began seriously wondering if he might have a split personality. He wasn't particularly close with either Duke Altia or Countess Zenonia. In fact, he had only met Duke Altia a few years ago, and all they exchanged were a few words. Even those few words weren't anything pleasant, as it was a negative conversation about rejecting Loria's plea for help at the time. Likewise, Alan wasn't particularly familiar with Countess Zenonia either. They had only met twice before, and during their second meeting, Alan had even issued an order to expel her from his manor. Realizing that he had been silent for too long, Alan finally opened his mouth to speak. I see. In truth, he wanted to ask what in the world was going on, but Alan was perceptive enough to read the situation. It was clear that these two believed he had intentionally formed this faction. Asking what is going on here would likely only make things worse. For now, Alan decided it was best to gather as much information as possible to figure out where their misunderstandings were coming from. Once he had more details, he could work on resolving the issue. However, I'm just glad I was able to repay you for saving my life. As soon as Alan affirmed them, Duke Altia followed up with this statement. Alan instinctively closed his eyes tightly. What in the world is going on? He screamed inwardly. Chapter 36. In the midst of a situation so confusing it made his head spin, Alan managed to gather 3 pieces of information from the naturally unfolding conversation. The first was that the alliance between Count Zenonia and Duke Altia had apparently been orchestrated by Alan. The second was that this faction, called Kalfa, had been formed due to a letter Alan had sent to Count Zenonia. And third, the gifts he had been receiving were actually from nobles who wanted to join this faction, and the gifts were part of their process of seeking permission from the faction leader. Through the torrent of words spilling from Duke Altia and Count Zenonia, Alan could piece these facts together, though with difficulty. Keeping a neutral expression while feeling disbelief, he stared at the two. Even though he had some grasp of the situation, there was still much he didn't understand. No, to be more precise, there were countless things he wanted to question. If Alan weren't some kind of Jekyll and Hyde-like split personality, he hadn't ordered or commanded anything through Count Zenonia. In other words, he'd never told them to form an alliance. Really, he swore he hadn't. No, all I did was send a letter to express my dislike for other nobles. How did things escalate to this point? Alon's head spun as he looked at the two, trying to grasp what was going on. Is this what they call the realm of genius, where the criminal can't comprehend the moves of a mastermind? Alon recalled a video from the previous world, which said that ordinary people take words at face value, while geniuses hear multiple layers of meaning in a single phrase. With a slightly complex gaze, he looked at the two again. Now that he thought about it, Deus wasn't the one responsible after all. He recalled the countless gifts that had been pouring in for months. Alon had indeed found it odd. No matter how influential Deus might be, he didn't think his fame was so great that other nobles would send expensive gifts to forge connections. It was only now that he realized that the letters he received were filled with praises, not for Deus, but for Alon himself. This isn't easy. Alon kept silent, realizing that through a series of coincidences, he had unknowingly helped form the faction himself. By the time he pieced together the facts, his instincts told him there was no jumping off the Kalfa train anymore. He'd already accepted too much. Of course, if he truly wanted to leave, there were ways out, but they were hardly ideal choices. Now that both the royalist and aristocratic factions clearly saw him as an enemy, leaving this faction would be more of a loss than a gain. To be honest, if the losses were bearable, he would have pressed the escape button without hesitation. But what if he told them it was all a misunderstanding? What would those two do then? Alon glanced at Duke Altia and Count Zenonia. Their conversation had just ended, and they were both looking at him now. To anyone else, they would appear to be beautiful, elegant nobles. But Alon knew better. He knew how frightening Count Zenonia truly was. And although Duke Altia wasn't the character he'd seen in the game, but someone who should have disappeared, Alon wasn't taking her lightly either. After all, masterminds always have their reasons, and they possess a sensitivity that ordinary people can't comprehend. Even if Alon explained everything clearly, there was a high chance these two would simply think, "How embarrassing, let's just kill him," which seemed to be their natural thought process. Of course, Alon didn't know them well, but in this game, most characters labeled as masterminds tended to be deeply flawed individuals. Thus, whether he liked it or not, he had to remain as the leader of Kalfa. Yes, whether he liked it or not. At least, until he could come up with a good enough reason to step down later. However, Alon had no desire to stay in the leadership role for long. He knew that being the leader of a faction came with many responsibilities, despite the numerous benefits. In short, for Alon, whose motto was to live leisurely as a noble without working for the rest of his life, the leadership role didn't suit him, so he made a decision. He would lead for a while, and then retire when the time was right. "So what do you plan to do now?" Him. Just as he reached that conclusion, Duke Altia's voice broke through, causing Alon to let out a brief groan. From their conversation, it seemed that Duke Altia and Count Zenonia believed Alon had some grand plan behind the formation of the faction, but naturally, he had no such plan. No, there couldn't have been any plan. After all, he only found out today that he was the leader of Kalfa. But since he couldn't tell them the truth, Alon rolled his eyes and decided to stall for time. For now, let's start by cleaning up the underworld. Clean up. Yes, that way, it will be easier for us to operate. Of course, Alon had no idea how things would actually become easier. But since he couldn't even remember what topics had been discussed at the assembly earlier that day, bringing up a political subject would obviously be a bad idea. This was his best attempt at using his head. It was clumsy, but for Alon, it was the best he could do. "Well then, I have some matters to attend to. so I'll take my leave." Alon stood up, turned around immediately, and began walking away. He hurried his steps, as he didn't have any solid answers if they asked further questions. Thus, with a somewhat brisk pace, Alon made his way out, eventually running to his carriage in an empty hallway, worried that someone might stop him. "Count, let's head straight to the colony." He made up his mind to leave for the colony that very day. "The letter should have arrived by now. I hope I can get some help like I did with Deus." With those thoughts, Alon's carriage began moving. It was a midsummer night. Meanwhile, "Clean up the underworld, huh?" Count Zenonia murmured, recalling how Count Palacio had disappeared like the wind, as if he had nothing more to say. Duke Altia, after a brief moment of thought, opened her mouth. "When he says, 'clean up the underworld,' there's only one thing that could mean right. Indeed, we've already had our territory firmly under control for a long time, so if he's telling us to clean up, there's no other option but the remaining territories." Indeed. At that point, Count Zenonia and Duke Altia fell silent, but soon, both of them smiled, as if by mutual agreement. What they were about to suggest was a dream that would have been impossible when they acted individually. But now, with their alliance and the formation of the faction, it was possible. Unifying the underworld. That sounds fun. Count Zenonia and Duke Altia smiled deeply. "I'm curious to see what he's planning. He's becoming more and more intriguing. Indeed, I'm eager to see what he has in store for us." Clink. With those words, the wine glasses they held clinked elegantly against each other. "I'm looking forward to it, truly." Their admiration for Alon spread along with the fragrance of the wine. A week later, as Alon was heading south to the desert city after leaving Tyria, Hemtilda, a man the agent, was gazing at a distant carriage. It was the carriage carrying Count Palacio, the man who was his target. Watching the carriage steadily moving south, the agent pulled out a quill from his pocket and thought to himself, "I'm intrigued by the abyssal core, but there are still some things that bother me." Of course, the agent could easily approach Count Palacio at any moment, and with just a stroke of his quill in the air, he could end his life. However, the reason he was still hesitating was none other than the rules shared among those who bore the name agent. "I was told not to make troublesome enemies if possible." In truth, Count Palacio did not fall under the category of a troublesome enemy. Rather, the ones considered troublesome were those in Caliban, specifically Deus, who seemed to have a great debt of gratitude toward Alon. "He will definitely take action." Of course, the agents were not afraid of Deus moving against them. Each of them was as skilled as a swordmaster, and they were confident that they could kill even the sword of Caliban if they desired. However, regardless of skill, it was always best to avoid creating unnecessary bad blood with those who wielded significant power in the public eye, as it could lead to unwanted complications. Even if a considerable sum of money was involved as payment, the same rule applied. Still, the reason the agent accepted Carmen's request was because the reward he offered was too tempting to pass up. 3 abyssal cores. The abyssal core. It was a special item secretly distributed in the underworld by Duke Comelin. When absorbed through a specific process, it granted the user extraordinary powers. It was something money couldn't buy. This was because, unlike the abyssal gems, which enhanced physical abilities, Duke Comelin rarely circulated abyssal cores. Thus, abyssal cores were sold for exorbitant prices on the black market. However, the agent didn't take the job just to sell them. "How powerful would I become if I used it?" The agent's lips twisted into a characteristic sinister smile, thrilled at the mere thought. Quickly shaking off those idle thoughts, The agent focused on the fast-approaching carriage. He picked up his quill. And then, "Sorry, but it's just business." With a quiet mutter, the agent's hand began to draw a horizontal stroke with the quill. The agent suddenly noticed something. His right hand, which had just been holding the quill and emitting black ink into the air, was gone. For a moment the agent wore an expression of confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. But soon, as unbearable pain surged through him, he tried to scream. "Go!" Before he could, an even sharper pain hit him, and his body, which had been floating in the air just moments before, was hurled into the forest. The next thing he saw as he slammed into a tree, clutching his severed right arm, was a boy with black hair and blue eyes. He looked young, not even an adult yet, with a youthful appearance. The agent quickly deduced that the person who had cut off his hand was none other than the boy standing before him, and he tried to speak. But he realized that his mouth wouldn't open, as if it had been forcibly sealed by something. How unfortunate! The boy, still wearing a bright smile, spoke in a voice that didn't match the situation, cheerful and lively. And then, as the agent stared at the boy's face, crack! His neck twisted 2 full turns, and he met his death. The agent died with a bewildered expression, as if he hadn't realized how he had died. The boy, who had been watching him, turned around. "If only your target wasn't the Count, no, if only it wasn't him, you wouldn't have died by my hand." With that, the boy disappeared, leaving only the agent's corpse behind in the forest. A corpse with its neck twisted twice. Chapter 37. 2 weeks and 3 days had passed since Alon left Tyria, the capital of the Kingdom of Asteria. He was currently crossing the southern desert, a necessary passage before reaching Colony. Phew! Alon glanced at the scorching sun, feeling as if just breathing in and out was enough to sear his lungs. "It's filthy hot." At Evan's voice, who was blankly staring at the sky, Alon nodded in agreement, albeit with difficulty. No matter how well-made the carriage was, it couldn't block out the heat. "If only I had an ice crystal stone." Evan was lamenting about an artifact so expensive that even purchasing one required the cost of several mansions. His tongue hung out like a dog's, which looked quite ridiculous, but Alon couldn't bring himself to laugh. The desert was, quite frankly, unbelievably scorching. "I should have already arrived by now, if only I'd moved a little faster." With a soft sigh, thoughts flickered through Alon's mind. In reality, Alon had arrived at the edge of the desert just over a week after heading toward Colony. If he had entered the desert immediately back then, he could have already reached Colony. But there were 2 reasons why Alon had been lingering in the desert. One was because he made a brief stop in another territory to prepare a gift for the Sialrang in Colony. "Even if it's our first meeting and they don't help, I should at least bring a gift." As a result, even though he should have already arrived in Colony, Alon was now still traversing the desert under the scorching sun. In retrospect, it didn't matter whether he left early or late, as the distance to cross the desert was the same. But as he felt the burning sun, Alon couldn't help but feel somewhat unfair. Phew! How much time had passed since those unreasonable thoughts stirred in him. "We're camping here." Just as the blazing sun began to sink and turn into a sunset, Alon heard a voice from outside and stepped out of the carriage. What he saw was a line of dozens of carriages on the dimming ground, each with a small lantern hanging from it. This was the second reason Alon had delayed his departure. "I've been seeing this for 5 days straight, but it still gives a sense of security the more I see it." At Evan's remark, Alon nodded. He had been traveling with a caravan to cross the desert. He knew far too well that crossing such a vast desert alone was a terrible idea. "By the way, Count," While watching the merchants starting to set up camp, as per the caravan leader's command, Evan spoke up. "What is it? Are you not going to practice magic?" Though trying to act indifferent, Evan couldn't hide the hint of anticipation in his expression. Alan, who was momentarily puzzled, soon realized what Evan was getting at and replied, "I plan to, but it will be different from the magic I've been studying so far." Ah. Evan looked a little disappointed, but Alan had no intention of giving in. After months of research, he had mastered his current magic to the point that practicing it now was meaningless. "Can't you practice just once?" "No." "Thus here." Evan sighed in regret at Alan's firm refusal. But his disappointment was short-lived. "Whoa, that's just completely flat. You'd think it was a bug." As the sun finally disappeared and the weather turned chilly, Alan lit a campfire and followed Evan's gaze. Evan was looking at 5 people. One was a man dressed in quite luxurious clothes, and another was a woman with fiery red hair that seemed to symbolize flames. Behind them stood mercenaries, each holding their respective weapons. The caravan leader and the mage from the Red Tower. Not a day goes by without seeing them. Alan knew them well. In fact, it was impossible not to know. The man groveling before the red-haired mage and mercenaries was none other than the leader of the golden-haired caravan, and the mage had been picking fights with Alan at every opportunity lately. Look at him offering food without fail every day. Does he have no pride? Evan shook his head, watching the caravan leader diligently rub his hands together and present high-quality wine and food once again. However, both Evan and Alan understood why the caravan leader was acting so submissive toward the mage. From the caravan leader's perspective, it was a great advantage to be on friendly terms with a mage from the Magic Tower, especially since the mage in question was the daughter of the Red Tower Master. Although she had not yet ascended to the position of Vice Tower Master, she was already ranked at the 4th level at the young age of 23. In the world of trade, where connections were as important as business acumen, it made sense for the caravan leader to treat her with utmost reverence. While Alan himself was also in a position where important connections naturally gravitated toward him, it seemed that the caravan leader, unaware of Alan's recent rise as a faction leader, had decided not to bother building a relationship with him. More precisely, it was likely that the caravan leader had wanted to befriend both sides, but, due to the mage's ongoing conflict with Alan, chose to focus all efforts on her. As Alan absent-mindedly watched the caravan leader bowing, he soon realized that the mage had noticed him staring. What are you looking at?" The sharp-eyed woman, Leon Aguilera's, quickly caught on and approached to pick a fight with him. "Just happened to glance over. Do you enjoy spying on others?" Leon started provoking him without hesitation, her voice tinged with contempt and scorn. "I don't have that kind of hobby." "Is that so? My mistake. I thought someone who eagerly spreads rumors might also enjoy peeping." Despite Alan's neutral response, Leon continued to provoke him. He let out a sigh. "How tiresome." Alan wasn't entirely sure why she constantly picked fights with him. However, he could guess a few reasons, one of which was the rumors. Word had spread, primarily among the mages of the Blue Tower and Caliban, that Alan had played a significant role in dealing with foreign threats using magic. Though Alan had never spoken a word about it, Leon seemed convinced that he had personally spread the rumors. Another reason she antagonized him was, "I've said it several times, I didn't spread the rumors. You're as evasive as the Blue Tower." It seemed that Leon harbored a strong hatred for the Blue Tower. Behind his expressionless face, Alan stifled a laugh. Even if Alan seemed suspicious to her, picking fights so openly wasn't exactly a rational behavior, even in this world. but Alan merely listened to her provocations, because they felt too childish to elicit any real reaction from him. That, however, was only part of the reason. The real reason he tolerated her was her status. Unlike Penia, Leon held no formal position in the Red Tower. However, being the daughter of the Red Tower Master was a far more intimidating title than any official rank. Although the Red Tower Master had dramatically died after single-handedly charging at one of the 5 great sins who destroyed the Red Tower, he was not a minor character, even in the game. In other words, the Red Tower Master's fiery temperament had driven him to embrace death itself. In simpler terms, he was considered a madman. Seeing the caliber of mercenaries around Leon, despite her not being particularly strong for a 4th-rank mage, it was clear how much her father valued her. Well, it's not like I'll be seeing her again once I finish crossing the desert. Alan decided to brush off her provocations for now. HMPH. Noticing that Alan was only half-heartedly responding, Leon scowled and turned sharply, heading back to her carriage. Alan shook his head as he watched her leave. The next day, Rad, the leader of the golden-haired caravan, who traveled across various kingdoms except for the Empire, where over 30 wagons couldn't pass, smiled as the sun beat down on him. Sweat dripped from his large body, showing how much his flesh was suffering from the heat, but his face was filled with satisfaction. And with good reason. He now had the chance to build a connection with the daughter of the Red Tower Master. If everything went well, he might even secure a supply contract to regularly deliver goods to the Red Tower in the city they were heading to. Thus, despite the scorching heat, Rad was feeling quite happy. It would have been nice to build ties with the noble too. Rad glanced back with a slight look of regret. The carriage of Count Palacio, who was traveling with the caravan, stood at the end, but Rad didn't seem particularly concerned, aside from the faint regret. Rad, a veteran of the trade route, knew all too well that it was impossible to catch 2 rabbits at once. Moreover, he didn't find it too disappointing not to befriend Alan, considering the rumors about his magic prowess seemed a bit exaggerated for someone of his 3rd-level abilities. Leon had repeatedly assured Rad that Alan's magic power didn't match the rumors, so it wasn't too disappointing to let that connection slip. Of course, if Rad had been more up-to-date with the latest news, the situation might have been different. Unfortunately, he only knew that Alan had some ties with one of Caliban's master knights. In any case, Rad continued his journey through the searing heat, relatively content with his circumstances. Everyone prepare for battle. At the sudden shout from a mercenary at the front of the caravan, Rad frowned. If the mercenaries were calling for battle in the middle of the desert, there could only be one reason. Tusk bandits. Rad sighed as he thought of the bandits who roamed this vast desert, targeting caravans, but his face showed no signs of fear. And why would it? The golden-haired caravan had dozens of mercenaries that Rad had hired, along with over 10 B-ranked mercenaries tasked with guarding the daughter of the Red Tower Master. In other words, Rad was confident that no ordinary group of bandits could harm the caravan. However, the moment he saw the massive flag in the distance, Rad's face turned pale with fear, and his eyes widened in horror. The banner approaching through the cloud of dust was one that no merchant should ever encounter. Blood Sand. The name of the infamous bandit group came to Rad's mind, and his face quickly filled with terror. Even from a distance, it was clear there were dozens of them, and each member of the Blood Sand Bandits was said to be as strong as a knight. Swoosh! Before Rad's thoughts could finish, one of the bandits at the front swung a chained sickle toward a mercenary, instantly taking his life. And with that, the battle began. No, it was more of a massacre. The bandits, who clearly had no intention of negotiating, slaughtered the mercenaries protecting the wagons in mere moments. Just like that. Incredible, isn't it? In less than 2 minutes, most of the mercenaries had been killed by the blood sand bandits, and a man stepped forward. Wearing an eye patch on one side and twin scimitars on his waist, he surveyed the bloody scene with a cold smile. Oh! Among the elite mercenaries still barely holding out, the man spotted the mage, Leon, filled with fear and tension, and his twisted grin widened. Well, look at this, we really hit the jackpot. His voice was filled with excitement. Who are you? Leon frowned and asked sharply, but the man simply drew one of the scimitars from his waist and replied, You'll find out once you come with me. He grinned wickedly and infused his sword with magic. As blue energy began to blaze from his sword like fire, Leon's expression grew grim. Despite his casual demeanor, she felt a deep sense of dread as she recognized how powerful the aura emanating from his sword was, far beyond that of ordinary knights. In that moment, she realized there was no way to escape. That perhaps a fate worse than death awaited her. As this terrifying thought crossed her mind, past traumas began to flood through her memories, her body trembling uncontrollably at the mere recollection. She could feel the horrible memories gnawing away at her sanity, taking over her mind. But just as Leon's mind was on the verge of collapsing, something brought her back to her senses. It was the air. The hyperventilation triggered by her trauma suddenly ceased. Slowly her breath escaped, forming a visible mist. And in that moment, as the white vapor became visible in the air, Leon realized something. The air, which had been suffocatingly hot just moments ago, had now turned icy cold. What? As Leon stood there, dumbfounded, she noticed that the twisted grin on the man's face had also morphed into a look of confusion. Not only had the once hot ground grown cold, but frost had begun to form on the sand. And then, step! In the dead silence, the sound of footsteps echoed. The bandits turned their attention toward the sound. The mercenaries, who had been tense and fearful just moments ago, also shifted their gaze. The man, who had been holding his scimitars and targeting Leon, turned his eyes as well. And there, where Leon, who had just been consumed by her trauma, now stared, a man was walking forward. Step! His pace was neither hurried nor slow. Step! His expression remained impassive, as though the situation held no significance for him. Step! The ashen energy flowing from his bracelet merged with the surrounding cold, and finally he stopped. At that moment, freeze! Count Palacio murmured a phrase. Chapter 38. Leon Aguilera's doesn't like lies. It goes beyond mere dislike. She despises them. This hatred stems from her experiences growing up as the daughter of a Red Tower master. She enjoyed abundant privileges, but with that came countless lies and deceptions. Lies that were so intense they left her traumatized. Thus, she came to hate lies with an almost compulsive aversion, and this loathing intensified when the liar in question was a magician, a result of the trauma from her childhood. So when Leon Aguilera's first met Count Palacio, she instinctively despised him. Despite the rumors that Count Palacio had contributed greatly to capturing foreign threats, Leon saw him as weak. He lacked the eye that is essential for becoming a high-ranking magician, but Leon, having a decent amount of talent, could easily see Alon's mana. It was pitiful, barely a flicker of power. While he was undoubtedly a magician, the meager amount of mana he possessed wouldn't even qualify him to reach the second tier. This reminded her of another rumor, one that suggested Count Palacio wasn't the hero who stopped the foreign threats, but rather the benefactor of Deus Macallion, one of the master knights. The idea that he had stolen the glory of Deus Macallion quickly rooted itself in her mind as the truth, leading Leon to develop a deep hatred for the Count. Yes, that must have been it. But how? Leon now stared at Alon in shock. More precisely, she was watching the phenomenon Alon had created. A chilling space had formed around him, spreading wide across the scorching desert, freezing the very air in the middle of this blazing land. When she saw frost starting to form on the sand near him, Leon couldn't comprehend what was happening. This was a spell that could never be manifested by the amount of mana Alon possessed. And it wasn't just that. Though she didn't understand how the spell was cast, Leon could grasp its structure. Compound magic and at least 3 different spells. Compound magic. To explain it theoretically would take a long time, but simply put, it refers to linking 2 or more spells together. Of course, linking spells is no easy task. Various elements must be added to implement magic, but the basic arrangement structure must still be followed. In short, linking spells meant this. If even one structure is disrupted, the entire magic is nullified. The magician must re-establish the spells with their own equation to make it work. The difficulty of linking increases exponentially with each additional spell, making it a challenge that only magicians of at least the 5th tier can attempt. That's why, as Leon dumbly watched Alon prepare his next spell, she witnessed something. The man with the eye patch, who had been standing in front of her just moments ago, had suddenly reached Alon. No one had noticed how it happened. It was over in an instant. Mercenaries, who belatedly realized that protecting Alon was their best strategy, quickly turned their bodies. Leon, too, instinctively started to prepare her magic to aid Alon, but it was already too late. The man with an eye patch was standing before Alon with a sly smile, poised to swing his twin scimitars. However, what Leon saw was not Alon's head being severed. Freeze! Snap! It was the man with an eye patch, frozen in place. Frozen in the very posture of swinging his twin scimitars, the man turned into an ice statue in that brief moment. Shatter! With Alon's low murmur. Crack crash! The ice shattered, and the body of the man who had driven them to despair was instantly broken into countless fragments. Silence! Who? With a quiet exhale from Alon, a white breath once again swept over him. Retracting the hand that had formed the seals, even Leon couldn't fully comprehend. I'll give you a chance. He spoke as if he had anticipated everything. Without any change in expression, he looked coldly at the group of bandits who were now frozen in fear. Get lost. It was a quiet yet unmistakably clear pronouncement, carrying a sharp intent that no one could misinterpret. With just a single attack, the bandits, having lost their leader in an instant, hesitated briefly before turning to flee in all directions. Watching Alon calmly dispel his magic as if nothing had happened, Leon realized just how ignorant she had been and continued to stare at him. A hint of admiration flickered in her eyes. As he watched the retreating figures of the bandits, who had fled in a heartbeat, Alon felt a sense of relief and bewilderment hidden behind his expressionless face. Things didn't go exactly as planned, but it worked out in the end, so that's a relief. Alon knew about the Bloodsend bandits. They appeared as part of a side story in the game. In the game, this bandits had a characteristic where, once their leader was dealt with, the remaining members would scatter. That was why he aimed to take down the leader quickly, and he had succeeded as intended. Though it was unexpected that the leader had rushed at him before he had even fully manipulated the magic array. It seems reducing the penalty worked. Alon suddenly felt the searing desert heat seep back into his bones. The cold that had spread from him moments ago was from a spell he had spent over half a year developing after returning from Caliban, the extreme cold. This spell, which required the simultaneous use of spatial magic, frost magic, and maintenance magic, had the effect of temporarily transforming the surrounding environment to resemble the frozen tundra of the north. However, for Alan, this transformation was critical. The extreme cold was important because it allowed me to partially fulfill one of the four conditions required to twist the world's laws for killing foreign entities. Magic must be used on the land of extreme cold. In other words, the spell allowed him to reduce the number of penalties he bore from 4 to 3, making it quite valuable for him. The negative consequences of these conditions limited his magical abilities. The magic I linked with the extreme cold spell worked well. The difference in difficulty between bearing one fewer penalty is indeed substantial, even though the spell itself became more powerful than I had initially expected due to the belt. Though Alan felt momentarily disoriented by the unexpected surge in power. Well, I suppose that's a good thing. Shrugging his shoulders, he consciously reached for the ornament around his waist, a belt adorned with 3 amethysts, called the Belt of the Forgotten. This item doubled both the damage he inflicted and the damage he received, a feature that applied to Alan even with the 3 penalties he was carrying. If I can obtain that item here, I could remove one more penalty for sure. Thinking this, Alan loosened the belt and tucked it into his pocket. I'll still need to adjust the extreme cold spell. For consuming the power of 3 spells, its duration is far too short. It barely lasts a minute. I should look into improving that. With these thoughts in mind, he returned to the carriage. From that day, including the next, as they neared the desert city, 2 changes occurred in Alan's life. Ah, Count Palacio, this is a special wine produced in Gour and it's said to taste absolutely wonderful. How about a glass? Thank you. And this here is ham that I brought to sell as a local specialty in the city. Would you like to try it? It's incredibly delicious. The first change was the attitude of Rad, the head of the golden-haired caravan, which had shifted 180 degrees. In the span of just one night, Rad had presented Alan with even more lavish gifts than he had offered Leon over the past few days, acting as if he would give him anything, even his liver and heart. If there's anything else you desire, please don't hesitate to let me know. Rad fawned over Alan so much that it seemed his hands would wear out from all the groveling before disappearing after bowing deeply. That man's attitude changed 180, no, 360 degrees. Wouldn't 360 degrees mean he stayed the same? I meant his reaction changed that much. The second change was Count Palacio, Leon Aguilera's. Yes, if it's not an inconvenience, I'd like to discuss magic with you. Would that be all right? Leon Aguilera's attitude toward Alan had completely changed. On the night the bandits attacked, she had bowed deeply to him, something that seemed impossible for her pride, offering an apology. From the next day on, she began to seek out Alan frequently, asking various questions about magic. So, you mean this part can be arranged arbitrarily in the magic array? Yes, to use compound magic, you need to maintain the structure, so instead of fixing the array, you twist it through rotation. Leon Aguilera's conversations with Alan proved to be quite beneficial for him. Until now, Alan had been self-taught in magic, relying on twisting spells through language alone. Leon's questions and knowledge provided him with valuable academic insight. Whenever he explained an array structure that was slightly superior to hers, she would unconsciously or perhaps consciously react with soft murmurs like, "Oh, I see," which Alan found quite satisfying. Of course, as their conversations increased, the overly admiring gaze she began to send his way felt a little awkward. Here you go. And this is a potion. Today, as well As soon as their conversation ended, Leon naturally handed him a mana recovery potion. Though it wasn't of the highest grade like the ones Pina had given him, the potion Leon handed him daily was still fairly expensive, leaving Alon feeling a bit embarrassed behind his expressionless face. You don't have to bring a gift every time you visit. I'm learning from you. Please don't feel burdened and just accept it. Since she insisted on giving him a potion almost every time they met, Alon eventually ended up receiving about 4 mana potions by the time they arrived at the desert city. After a journey of more than a week, Alon arrived in the desert city, parting ways with Rad, who had told him to rely on him for anything, and Leon, who promised to formally apologize to him again sometime later. It's understandable for a merchant, but the daughter of a Red Tower mage has changed so much that it's hard to adjust, muttered Evan as he watched Leon walk away. With that, Alon entered the desert city, leisurely taking in his surroundings. Aside from the sandy hue of the buildings, it wasn't much different from the capital of Asteria. However, one structure stood out, the gigantic Colosseum that could even be seen from the south gate, which seemed to symbolize the colony itself and exuded an overwhelming presence. It looks like it could hold more than 100,000 people. Gazing at the massive Colosseum visible even beyond countless other buildings, Alon shared his thoughts and began walking with Evan toward where Xiaorang was. After about 20 minutes, well, noble lord, care to have a chat with us? Alon was confronted. In front of him and Evan stood a group of over 10 men who, at a glance, clearly screamed, "We're thugs." Yet, interestingly enough, the surrounding mercenaries simply watched the situation without intervening, despite the thugs picking a fight with Alon. Some even seemed entertained, as if this was a common occurrence, while others pretended not to notice the situation at all. It was a very strange atmosphere. If things go well, we could even introduce you to our boss, Malian. How about that? The thug's words immediately made Alon understand the odd situation. These guys must be Malian's men. Recalling the name of Malian, one of the 4 Baba Yagas of the colony, also known by the ominous title Beast of Horror, Alon soon realized his mistake. This is Malian's territory. Alon remembered that in the game, whenever you entered Malian's area, thugs like these would try to extort you. Sighing resignedly, Alon thought, do I have no choice but to let them rob me? He knew that fighting here would be a bad move. Dealing with the thugs blocking his way would be easy, but doing so would put him at odds with one of the 4 Baba Yagas. This would create unnecessary restrictions for Alon, who needed to operate in the colony for the next few days. Just as he began to reach into his pocket, thud! Hey, are you sighing with us right in front of you? The thug who had been smirking a twisted smile just moments ago lightly tapped Alon's forehead. It was as if he was mocking a child, grinning crookedly. Evan, standing beside Alon, instinctively furrowed his brow and reached for his sword, but boom! The thug who had tapped Alon's forehead was suddenly slammed to the side, crashing into a nearby building. It had happened in an instant. Both Evan and Alon wore bewildered expressions as they looked at the thug, who had been thrown across the street, while the other thugs who had been smirking just moments ago had their expressions freeze in shock. Hey! And then, what do you think you're doing to my master? Crackle! Huh, why don't you tell me? Accompanied by lightning. Explain what you just did. The faces of the thugs who had been laughing earlier quickly transformed into ones of fear and panic. Go on, explain yourself. Golden eyes gleamed with fury. Chapter 39. A-Class Fighter Balim. Among fighters ranging from F-Class to A-Class, he was considered one of the top in terms of combat ability. It was just an ordinary day for him, relaxing with a drink at a pub he often visited, as there was no scheduled duel. Until a nobleman appeared before his eyes. The nobleman, dressed opulently without trying to conceal his wealth, was strolling through the city for the first time. Unsurprisingly, he got caught by Adigo and his gang. Adigo, and a class fighter of a higher rank. Even then, it still felt like just another ordinary day. Balaam had seen Adigo extort money or goods from merchants or nobles who wandered into the colony several times before. "Look at those fancy clothes, jackpot. We'll make some good money off this one." The fighters beside Balaam chatted casually as they watched the nobleman surrounded by Adigo's gang. None of the fighters in the pub or nearby shops had any intention of helping the nobleman. Even though there was another A-class fighter present, they simply watched Adigo robbing the noble with lazy, indifferent eyes, taking no action. It was only natural. There was nothing to gain from helping that nobleman. Even if the noble offered immediate payment in return for assistance, none of the fighters would step forward. No one was foolish enough to cross Adigo's gang, or more precisely, the monster Malian who backed Adigo. The fighters knew that Adigo's arrogance came from his belief in Malian, the monstrous Baba Yaga, so they all quietly drank their beer, using the situation before them as mere entertainment. Then, when Adigo lightly smacked the nobleman's head, boom! Something extraordinary happened. "Start talking." A sudden appearance, one of the 4 Baba Yagas in the colony. "Hey!" The atmosphere cracked with electricity as Sialrang, the golden flash, appeared. Lightning, her signature, crackled around her body. "Which bastard?" Adigo, who had been knocked into the wall, stood up confidently, but was left confused by Sialrang's sudden entrance. Sialrang, mumbling in disbelief. It was as if he couldn't comprehend the situation, though he recognized the person standing before him. "However, what did you do to my master?" At Sialrang's following words, Adigo's expression shifted from confusion to terror. "Erg!" Before he could react, Sialrang grabbed Adigo's head and slammed it to the ground. Crack! The fighters could hear the chilling sound reverberating in their ears. But it didn't end there. Sialrang, with a cold expression, grabbed Adigo's leg and flung him aside. Crash! Adigo was hurled into the pub. As he scrambled to get back up, he tried to speak. "Wait, I did know." Crack! Sialrang grabbed his head again and smashed it into the counter. "For real." Over and over. "Alug." Over and over. "If you keep doing this, my boss will." Over and over. "Please spare." Crack! Silence. All the fighters watched, their mouths shut, staring at the wreckage of the pub. Even the owner, who should have been angry about the damage, stood there trembling, holding his breath in terror. A customer, seated at a shattered table, remained frozen, holding a heavy mug of beer. And then, thud! Sialrang, covered in blood, finally released Adigo's head without a trace of interest. At that moment, all the fighters present shuddered in awe. Her speed was beyond their perception, and the way she effortlessly handled an A-class fighter like a mere underling left them in reverence. As Sialrang, who hadn't even broken a sweat, glanced at the trembling thugs surrounding Alan. Boom crackle. In the blink of an eye, she had sent them all flying. They crashed into walls and windows, convulsing before going limp. The fighters, who had witnessed Sialrang show no mercy and crush every opponent without emotion in the Colosseum, shuddered as they watched the Golden Flash, who had become a Baba Yaga, once again. "Master, you're here. You should have told me." Before anyone realized it, Sialrang, who was now smiling brightly and playfully wagging her golden tail, wrapped her arm around Alan's. Everyone around her froze for a moment. "I've been waiting so long for Master to arrive. I prepared a lot of things, so let's go quickly." Regardless of the fighter's confusion, Xiaoreng, still wagging her tail and grinning, pulled Alan along and started moving somewhere. As Xiaoreng and the nobleman disappeared into the distance, the fighters watching were left with a bewildering question. Who was that guy who could make that mad dog? They were left wondering who the nobleman was, the one Xiaoreng referred to as her master. However, Alan, who was being dragged by the blood-covered Xiaoreng, was just as bewildered as the fighters. Despite feeling grateful and oddly proud, he couldn't help but wonder, am I not going to die? Since Alan arrived at the colony well into the afternoon, by the time Xiaoreng led him to a particular building, the sun was already setting. This is it. Following Xiaoreng, who perked her ears up and entered the building, Alan thought to himself quietly, "It's big." As he stared blankly at the building, which rose more than 9 stories high, unlike most others in the area, he heard Evan's admiring voice beside him. "Wow, it's huge." Although it didn't have the vast feel of Deus' mansion, tall buildings were rare in this city, making the contrast more striking. After entering the building with Evan and Xiaoreng, they headed straight for the top floor. Boss, you're back." "Boss." As they approached the top floor, they passed several beast folk who greeted Xiaoreng with stiff salutes, all of them, like Xiaoreng, having golden hair. "Boss, welcome back." When they finally reached the top floor, another beast folk, who seemed to have been waiting at the door, greeted them with a bow. This one also had golden hair but bore a long scar across one side of his face. "Yeah, nothing happened, right?" "Nothing at all." Xiaoreng smiled cheerfully as she chatted and opened the door, walking inside. Alan and Evan followed her in. While entering, Alan felt the gaze of the beast folk standing at the door, and as he was about to look back, "It seems a bit different from the rumors." "Rumors?" Alan couldn't help but show a puzzled expression at Evan's remark. Evan, looking ahead at Xiaoreng, explained, "Yeah, I've heard that Xiaoreng doesn't have the best reputation." "How so?" "They say she has an extremely cruel personality. They call her the mad dog, I think. Though I've also heard that she treats her own kind a bit more gently." "Xiaoreng." Alan glanced over at Xiaoreng. "Master, you can sit here." Xiaoreng, wagging her tail excitedly, was already sitting cross-legged on a mat she had prepared in her office. She patted the top seat of the mat energetically. That earlier scene was kind of terrifying. Alan briefly recalled the earlier violent outburst from Xiaoreng, but seeing her now grinning so brightly, he just shrugged and sat down. With that, the real conversation with Xiaoreng began. In truth, Alan had been somewhat worried about how he would carry on a conversation with Xiaoreng. Although his previous conversation with Deus had ended well, Xiaoreng was unpredictable, and he wasn't sure how things would unfold with her. However, contrary to Alan's concerns, "Great." "What?" "Great." The conversation with Xiaoreng turned out to be, in some ways, even easier than with Deus, leaving Alan a bit bewildered. "Did you really listen to everything I said?" "Yeah, and you can speak casually with me." Xiaoreng spoke energetically. Even now, she couldn't seem to sit still. While still cross-legged, she casually placed her hands on the ground and began to do a handstand. Watching her with a blank expression, Alan commented, "Still, don't you have a lot to think about? I've heard you're running a guild as well." During their brief conversation, Alan learned that, aside from becoming a Baba Yaga in the colony, Xiaoreng had also gathered others of their kind and formed a guild, prompting him to ask, "Hem." Xiaoreng, now in an odd handstand position, seemed to ponder for a moment. "It's fine." "Really?" "Yes, even if we're not family, you're my master." Xiaoreng's enthusiastic response left Alan nodding a bit awkwardly, but deep down, he felt the same sense of pride he had when dealing with Deus. After all, he hadn't expected Xiaoring to go so far to help him, especially since he hadn't been in contact or even sent a letter. Honestly, I didn't expect her to help this much. From Alon's perspective, it wasn't a bad thing to receive such help. He continued their conversation, feeling a paternal warmth growing in his heart. They talked about many things, though most of it was nothing particularly special. Alon asked about how Xiaoring had been, sharing stories about Deus, while Xiaoring told him about her life in the colony. Then, as if something had come to mind, Xiaoring spoke with a sigh. "Thanks to you, I was able to gather the scattered members of our tribe. Because of me." "Yep, look." Xiaoring smiled brightly and showed the glove she wore on her right hand, which Alon quickly recognized as an essence of the Golden Mane tribe. "I see." So there really was something to the saying that meeting the Golden Mane tribe unlocks their true power. Alon began to understand why Xiaoring had a favorable view of him. As they continued talking for a bit longer, Xiaoring suddenly shifted the topic. "Come to think of it, the desert is quite dangerous." Why that?" Xiaoring tilted her head in curiosity at Evan's remark. "We were attacked." "Attacked?" "Yeah." At the word attack, Xiaoring's cheerful smile momentarily froze, but Alon nodded in agreement with Evan. "We were ambushed by the Blood Sand Bandits, even though we moved during the daytime, when they're usually not active." "Really, they're some bad guys, aren't they?" "They're definitely not people I'd want to meet again." Alon shrugged as he recalled the incident and looked at Xiaorang. She seemed to be trying to mask her earlier serious expression with her usual carefree smile. After a bit more conversation, Xiaorang spoke up again. "Anyway, for now, take some rest. You must be tired from coming all the way here, right?" With that, Xiaoring gave Alon and Evan each a room just below the top floor. After settling them in, she returned to the top floor and with a smile, spoke softly. "Ralga." "Yes." Ralga, the beast folk with a scar on his face, appeared instantly at her call. "Where are those bad guys?" "The Blood Sand Bandits have set up camp to the northeast, but there's something else I should mention." "What is it?" "As far as I know, the Blood Sand Bandits are backed by Kalman, one of the other 3 Baba Yagas." Ralga's words carried a tone of concern. "Really, but still." Despite the information, Xiaoring merely wagged her tail once, showing no sign of hesitation. "Messing with my master is not allowed." Her response indicated that the news about Kalman would not change her course of action in the slightest. "If he finds out, I'll definitely get scolded, you know." Muttering quietly to herself, so softly that even Ralga couldn't hear, she gazed toward the northeast. "Anyway, just wait here." With a deadly serious expression, her golden eyes flashing ominously, she continued. "I'll kill them all." And with that she vanished, leaving behind a crackling golden flash. Chapter 40. The Blood Sand Bandits were a large organization that had been active in the southern desert of the continent for a very long time. The number of members they commanded exceeded hundreds, and among them, most of the combatants were capable of imbuing their swords with magic, making them a force far too powerful to be considered mere bandits. Given the massive power the Blood Sand Bandits possessed, it was only natural that they caught the attention of the nation of Colony, which was rooted in the desert. After all, the area where the Blood Sand Bandits were operating was none other than Colony's capital city. Like the saying goes, a nail that sticks out gets hammered down. It would have been appropriate for the nation to take action and eliminate such a large bandit group. After all, when bandits loiter around, the nation inevitably suffers damage in some way. However, the reason the Blood Sand Bandits could continue to operate so boldly near the capital's desert region was because they had powerful backing. And not just any backing, but from the most long-standing Baba Yaga of Colony, none other than the warrior Kalman Arents. With Kalman supporting them, the group that should have been wiped out long ago grew from dozens to hundreds over a span of 10 years. Today, however, Draco, the leader of the Blood Sand Bandits and Kalman Arents' trusted subordinate, was in a very bad mood. Jack is dead. Yes. The reason was that one of his men had gone out to raid a caravan today and was killed. Huh. Draco scowled in irritation. His frustration wasn't from the loss of a comrade, but because one of the laborers he had painstakingly raised had died meaninglessly. I had planned to train him a bit more and use him as an assassin. Clicking his tongue, Draco asked, "Who killed him?" It seems he was killed by a noble while targeting a mage. A noble, Jack? Yes, from what I heard when the noble used magic, the middle of the desert froze over. What's their name? We're currently gathering information from our contacts in Colony, and we should have details by tomorrow. After a moment of contemplation, Draco responded, "Let me know as soon as we get the information." Naturally, Draco had no intention of letting the mage who killed Jack off the hook. I must avenge the waste of my resources. Of course, considering the noble's status in a foreign country, killing him could lead to all kinds of complications, but Draco wasn't too concerned. Killing someone in the desert wasn't particularly unusual, and as long as there were no witnesses, most deaths in the desert were treated as disappearances. And Draco was one of the most experienced at such acts. Once he figured out the noble's identity, he planned to wait for the right moment to bury him when he tried to leave the desert. If only that hadn't appeared. Gawk! Draco coughed up dark crimson blood as he looked in despair at his hideout. Just 10 minutes ago, the secret hideout of the Blood Sand Bandits, which had proudly stood for years, lay in ruins. But that wasn't all. The soldiers he had spent more than 10 years raising were all either buried in the sand or crushed against the hideout walls, meeting their end. And then, is that all? A pair of sharp golden eyes scanned the surroundings before vanishing in an instant. With a flash of gold lightning, the figure of Xiaoreng reappeared, holding in both hands. This ends it. The heads of the bandits. The two heads retained expressions of tense anticipation, as if they were still unaware of what had happened, lying in ambush near the destroyed hideout for a surprise attack. Thud! Xiaoreng, disinterested, tossed the heads far away, leaving Draco with a look of disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. From start to finish. Everything. What in the world is this? Draco found himself staring at the Grim Reaper, who was now slowly approaching him. Step, step. In a single moment, the golden flash of light that had appeared had destroyed his kingdom, the hideout he had built, and wiped out the Blood Sand Bandits, the hundreds of men he had cultivated over more than 10 years. Step, step. The girl with golden eyes, the Reaper. As soon as those sharp, golden eyes fixed on Draco, he felt a shiver of primal fear run through his entire body, an instinctive fear. Even amidst this terror, Draco desperately tried to speak, to say something to save his life. "See, Xiaoreng, do you even know what you've done?" Draco's voice was filled with desperation. His kingdom of 10 years, everything he had built, had crumbled like a sandcastle, but he had not given up. If he could survive, he believed he could rebuild his small kingdom again. But, unfortunately, Xiaoreng showed no signs of reacting to Draco's frantic words. All she did was raise her blood-soaked right hand and grab the head of Draco, whose stomach had been pierced through. "If you kill me now, you'll be making an enemy of Kalman Arents. I'm under his protection." Sensing his impending death, Draco tried to invoke Kalman's name, hopping to escape, but the strength in Xiaoreng's hand only tightened. "Is it money you want? Take it, take all of it. Or do you want a tribute? I'll pay whatever tribute you want." His screams grew more frenzied, and at last he began to wail in despair as he fully realized his approaching death. Why are you doing this to me? Why? His voice, full of resentment and frustration, rang out. In response, "Because you laid a hand on my master, and—" A muttered whisper reached Draco's ears. It wasn't loud, but neither was it small, just a quiet murmur. "And then, because I don't want to get scolded." With that soft whisper, recalling her red eyes, Xiaoring crushed Draco's head with a loud asterisk crack. With her mission complete, Xiaoring disappeared, leaving nothing behind. In mere 10 minutes, the Blood Sand Bandits, who had terrorized the desert under Kalman's name for over a decade, vanished from history. The next day, Alan, feeling the fatigue from his long travels melt away, received 2 pieces of news. The first was that entering the Forgotten City would not be possible for another 3 days. The second was, "Count, I heard that the Blood Sand Bandits who attacked us have been completely wiped out." The Blood Sand Bandits. It was the group that had attacked him not long ago, now apparently annihilated. Yes, they were completely wiped out. When? From what I've heard, it happened yesterday. An entire bandit group wiped out, and rumors already spread in a day. As Alan furrowed his brow in confusion, Evan nodded. The entire city is buzzing with the news. Apparently, the caravan that arrived earlier today shared the information. At Evan's words, Alan felt as if 1,000 question marks were hovering over his head. The Blood Sand Bandits weren't supposed to disappear for another 3 years, not unless they were dealt with by the protagonist, Oliven, as the original story dictated. Why on earth did they suddenly vanish? With a puzzled expression, Alan tried to figure it out, but "I took care of it." The answer came far more simply than expected. "You did?" "Yep, didn't I do a great job?" At Xiaoring's innocent grin, both Alan and Evan slowly opened their mouths in astonishment. "You dealt with the Blood Sand Bandits?" "Yup." "Why?" Alan asked instinctively. "Well, did Master say so?" Evan glanced at Alan as if to ask, "Did you?" while Alan stared blankly at Evan, but that only lasted for a moment. "You said you didn't want to see them again." "I did say that, but if they're gone, you won't have to see them anymore, right?" With a wide, innocent smile, Xiaoring nodded as if she just solved a grand dilemma, leaving Alan with the same feeling he'd had when he first met Deus, a feeling that something about this was just too much. But that moment of bewilderment soon passed, and Alan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Wait, so you wiped out the entire Blood Sand Bandit group all by yourself?" "That's right." Xiaoring nodded nonchalantly, and Alan found himself falling silent without realizing it. The Blood Sand Bandits he knew numbered in the hundreds, with most of the combatants capable of imbuing their weapons with magic, hardly the kind of group to be taken lightly. Moreover, Draco, the leader of the bandits, was someone who, as far as Alan knew, would be able to wield an aura blade 3 years from now. And yet, Xiaoring had just single-handedly killed hundreds of night-level combatants, including Draco, their leader. He knew that the title of Baba Yaga wasn't something one could earn lightly, but wasn't this a bit stronger than he had expected? Alan stared blankly at Xiaoring, who was grinning carefreely, and suddenly recalled that in the future, she would become the embodiment of the sin of pride. With that thought, he found his posture becoming more reverent. This was 3 days before their departure for the Forgotten City. At the time when Alan left for the desert city of Colony, a secret meeting was taking place in a small tavern in the eastern part of Tyria, the capital of the Kingdom of Asteria. So why did you call for me, Duke? I didn't think your intuition had dulled to the point where you had to ask, Marquis, said Duke Rimgrave, leader of the royalist faction. At those words, Marquis Filbert, leader of the noble faction, sat down naturally and spoke. I assume this is about Count Palacio. You're sharp. I called you because of Count Palacio, or more precisely, the Calfa that those brats gathered together, Rimgrave replied. The Marquis nodded, as if no further explanation was needed. Having spent decades navigating the treacherous world of politics, they both easily understood that the Duke was seeking an alliance to bring down Calfa. The Calfa Group was an obnoxious organization that posed a threat to both the royalist and noble factions, and it needed to be dismantled as soon as possible. In their world, yesterday's enemies could become today's allies depending on their interests, so it wasn't difficult for them to join forces. So what's your plan? Filbert cut straight to the point without delay. Admiring the Marquis' quick judgment, having already calculated the costs and benefits in just a few words, the Duke responded, I plan to involve Rosario. Rosario? Yes, to be specific, the Cardinal of Rosario. The Duke began to lay out his detailed plan for the Marquis. After some time had passed. And what's the demand? Filbert asked, as if there was no need to hear anything further. Half of the bribe to stuff the Cardinal's mouth. Not bad. The two nobles exchanged thoughts, both smiling in satisfaction. If their plan went well, the upstart Calfa group, made up of rabble from the underworld, would crumble like a sandcastle. It won't take long. In fact, I've already made contact. I'm looking forward to it. With that, both men left the tavern with smiles on their faces, heading in different directions. Only 2 whiskey glasses, still filled with drink, were left behind in the rundown tavern,